Hello, everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. The forest was always different at night. I'd been a park ranger for 7 years, and I'd grown used to the quiet of the woods after sundown. Most people think the forest is silent, but if you spend enough time there, you know better. The trees whisper in the wind, animals shuffle through the underbrush, and somewhere off in the distance, an owl will hoot. All of that fades into the background after a while, a natural soundtrack for the job. But this night was different. I was on the late shift, patrolling the trails near the Pine Ridge campgrounds. It was routine. Check the trailheads, make sure no campers had wandered too far, and be certain no one had left a fire smoldering. Most of the time, I didn't run into a soul. But tonight, from the moment I stepped out of my truck, I felt uneasy. It was the kind of night where everything seemed a little too still, a little too quiet, and even the moon seemed to hang lower in the sky. The air was thick with humidity, making it harder to breathe, and the weight of it pressed down on me as I started my patrol. I told myself it was just a typical late summer evening, but deep down, I knew something was off. As I made my way down the main trail, I heard it, the howl. At first, I thought it might be a coyote. We had plenty of them in the area, and it wasn't unusual to hear them this time of year, but this was different. The sound was deeper, more guttural, like a cross between a wolf's growl and a man's scream. It echoed through the trees, carrying on the wind in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint its origin. I stopped in my tracks, every hair on the back of my neck standing on end. I scanned the tree line with my flashlight, the beam cutting through the dense undergrowth. The trees stood like sentinels, dark and imposing, their twisted branches reaching overhead. Nothing moved. "Probably just my imagination," I muttered, trying to shake off the unease, but my hand trembled as I held the flashlight, betraying my nerves. I kept walking, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling that something wasn't right. My boots crunched over the gravel, the sound far too loud in the otherwise silent night. And then I heard it again, closer this time, the howl. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. It wasn't just an animal noise. There was something human about it, something desperate. I quickened my pace, eager to finish the patrol and get back to the safety of my truck. The flashlight's beam jittered as my pulse raced, illuminating trees and shadows that seemed to twist and shift under its light. Then I saw them. Footprints, big ones. They were embedded in the soft dirt near the edge of the trail, far larger than any human print I'd ever seen. Each one was at least 2 feet long, the toes spread wide, and the indentations were deep, like whatever made them was heavy, very heavy. I knelt down to get a closer look, shining my flashlight directly on them. My mouth went dry as I realized they weren't shaped like human feet at all. They were more like paws, enormous paws. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a bear, I thought. But deep down, I knew it wasn't a bear. Bears don't walk like that. They don't leave prints that look like something trying to imitate a human. The howling came again, and this time it was so close that I felt the vibration in my chest. My stomach twisted as adrenaline surged through me. I stood up and looked around, scanning the dark woods with my flashlight, but the beam barely pierced the oppressive blackness. And then, just at the edge of the light, I saw movement. Something large, too large to be any animal native to these woods, was crouched between the trees. I couldn't make out the details, just the outline of a massive, hunched figure. My heart pounded in my ears, the sound almost drowning out the soft growl that emanated from the creature's direction. I backed up slowly, my breath coming in ragged gasps, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. It was watching me. I could feel its gaze locked on me, as if weighing whether or not I was worth the effort. I thought about running, but every survival instinct I had told me not to. Whatever this thing was, I had no doubt it could catch me in a heartbeat if it wanted to. So I stayed still, barely daring to breathe, praying that it would lose interest and go away. But it didn't. The creature took a step forward, and the beam of my flashlight finally caught a glimpse of it, a flash of matted fur, grey and black, clinging to a hulking frame. It stood on two legs, towering at least 7 feet tall, its broad shoulders hunched forward, and its elongated snout dripping with saliva. Its eyes, yellow and gleaming, reflected the light like twin orbs of fire. My legs felt like jelly, rooted to the spot as terror gripped me. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. The creature sniffed the air, its nostrils flaring as it seemed to catch my scent. Then it growled again, a low, rumbling sound that shook me to my core. I don't know what snapped me out of my paralysis, maybe the primal fear of becoming prey. But I took a step back, and then another. Slowly, carefully, I backed away from the creature, trying to keep my movements steady and calm. But then a twig snapped under my boot. The creature's head snapped toward me, its lips curling back to reveal sharp, yellowed teeth. It let out a snarl that seemed to shake the very air around me, and in that moment I knew I couldn't take it slow anymore. I turned and ran. Branches whipped at my face as I bolted down the trail, my lungs burning as I sprinted toward the truck. Behind me, I heard it crashing through the underbrush, its heavy footsteps pounding the earth with terrifying speed. It was gaining on me. I stumbled, nearly falling as my boot caught on a root, but I didn't dare look back. I could feel it closing the distance, its hot breath on the back of my neck. Every nerve in my body screamed as I pushed myself harder than I'd ever run in my life, my legs threatening to give out beneath me. Finally, through the trees, I saw the faint glimmer of my truck's headlights. I forced myself to move faster, my vision narrowing as I focused on that one point of salvation. The creature was so close now, I could hear its ragged breathing behind me, feel the earth tremble with each of its steps. With a final burst of energy, I reached the truck and flung myself inside, slamming the door shut just as the creature crashed into the side of the vehicle with a deafening thud. The entire truck shook, and for a moment, I thought it would flip over. I scrambled to lock the doors, my hands shaking so badly I could barely manage it. The creature circled the truck, its glowing eyes glaring at me through the windows, its growls reverberating in the small space. I could see its massive claws, leaving deep gouges in the metal, its breath fogging up the glass as it tried to get inside. I fumbled for the keys, jamming them into the ignition and turning the engine over. The truck roared to life, and I slammed my foot on the gas, tearing down the narrow dirt road. The creature gave chase for a few seconds, its hulking form illuminated in my rearview mirror, but eventually it slowed and disappeared into the darkness. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, back at the main ranger station. I parked the truck, my hands still trembling as I stared out at the empty parking lot, the events of the night replaying in my mind like a nightmare I couldn't shake. No one would believe me. Who would? A giant, wolf-like creature stalking me in the woods. I barely believed it myself, but the scratches on the side of my truck told a different story. And the prints I saw, the howl I heard, those were real. Story 2. It wasn't the first time I had wandered off trail. I've been hiking the Pacific Northwest for years, long enough to know these forests like the back of my hand. There's a kind of freedom that comes from stepping away from the mapped routes, venturing into places untouched by tourists. The silence, the isolation, it was always a thrill. But today, something felt different. I didn't realize it at first. Maybe it was the thickness of the air, heavier than usual, or the way the birds had suddenly gone quiet. I shrugged it off, convinced it was just my imagination. I was at least 5 miles from the nearest trailhead, and as far as I knew, no one else was anywhere near me. That's how I liked it. Alone, just me, the trees, and the endless sky above. But then I found the circle. It was hard to miss. The smell hit me first, metallic like copper, blood. I followed it, my boots sinking into the soft forest floor, and there, in a small clearing, I saw them, 6 deer carcasses, maybe more, torn apart and arranged in a perfect circle. They hadn't been killed by a predator, not a typical one. Anyway, there was no sign of feeding, just mangled, twisted bodies, their limbs bent in unnatural ways. My stomach churned at the sight. This wasn't the work of a bear or wolves. It felt deliberate, almost ritualistic. The blood had soaked into the ground, darkening the earth beneath the bodies, and flies swarmed around the remains, their buzz the only sound in the eerie silence. I couldn't look away. What the hell could have done this? My first instinct was to take a photo, document it, report it, but something in the back of my mind screamed at me not to. Instead, I backed away slowly, trying to keep my breathing steady. Whatever did this might still be nearby. The air felt colder now, and the hairs on my arms stood on end. I had seen enough. It was time to leave. Turning back toward the way I came, I quickened my pace, fighting the growing urge to run. The trees closed in around me, and the quiet became suffocating. Every snap of a twig underfoot made me flinch, my heart pounding louder than I cared to admit. I wasn't used to feeling afraid in the forest, but that feeling was creeping up on me now, crawling under my skin. And then I heard it. A soft thud, like a heavy stone falling against the ground. I stopped dead in my tracks and listened. My pulse quickened. The sound came again, this time from behind me, followed by a rustling in the underbrush. Slowly, I turned, scanning the tree line. The forest was dense and visibility was low, but through the trunks and shadows, I saw it. Something was standing there, watching me. At first, I thought it was another hiker, maybe someone who had wandered off trail like me. But no, this was something else. It was tall, impossibly tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and covered in thick, dark fur that blended into the shadows. Its eyes, though, they glinted in the fading light, reflecting an intelligence I hadn't expected. They were too sharp, too aware. It wasn't just looking at me, it was studying me. My breath caught in my throat. Whatever it was massive, bigger than any animal I'd ever seen in these woods, and the way it stood, upright on 2 legs, made it look almost human, almost. I backed up a step, keeping my eyes locked on the creature. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just watched me, those glowing eyes fixed on my every movement. Fear surged through me. I didn't know what this thing was, but every instinct screamed that I was in danger. I had to get out of there, now. I turned and started walking faster, trying to keep my movements controlled, but panic was already bubbling up in my chest. The thought of running felt stupid. It would only provoke whatever this thing was, and I wasn't about to test how fast it could move. But then I heard the heavy footsteps behind me. At first, they were slow, methodical, matching my pace. But as I sped up, so did the footsteps. My heart hammered in my chest as I glanced over my shoulder. The creature was moving now, weaving between the trees, following me. Its massive form was disturbingly silent for something so large, but I could hear the rhythmic thud of its steps. It was toying with me, staying just far enough away to make escape seem possible, but close enough to keep me terrified. I picked up the pace, breaking into a light jog, my breath coming in short bursts as I dodged low-hanging branches and roots. My mind raced with thoughts of what could possibly be stalking me. Sasquatch, some wild animal I'd never heard of. Nothing seemed real anymore. This wasn't supposed to happen. The forest was my sanctuary, my escape, and now it felt like a trap. Suddenly, the ground shifted beneath me, and I stumbled, my ankle twisting painfully as I tripped over a gnarled root. I hit the dirt hard, the wind knocked out of me. For a second, I lay there, dazed, trying to catch my breath. But then I heard it, low, guttural breathing just a few feet away. I forced myself up, ignoring the sharp pain in my ankle, and scrambled to my feet. My flashlight had fallen from my hand when I tripped, and the forest around me was quickly being swallowed by the twilight. Desperately, I scanned the ground for it, but before I could find it, the creature stepped into the open. It stood there, at the edge of the small clearing I had fallen into, looming over me like some dark, ancient predator. In the dim light, I could make out more details now, its massive, muscular arms, its long, clawed fingers, and those eyes still locked on me. But there was something else. A faint smell hit me, something foul and decayed, like wet fur mixed with rot. The creature let out a low, rumbling growl, the sound vibrating through my bones. I froze. For a moment, time seemed to stretch, each second hanging in the air like a knife waiting to drop. My mind raced with what little options I had. Running was out of the question. My ankle throbbed with every step, and I knew there was no way I could outrun this thing. And then, as if sensing my helplessness, the creature took a step forward. A sudden surge of adrenaline kicked in. I backed up, limping toward the trees, my heart pounding in my ears. I was out of options. I had no plan, no way to fight back. All I could do was move, however slowly, and hope it would lose interest. But it didn't. Instead, it moved with me, its pace matching mine, like a predator toying with its prey. Each step I took, it mirrored, its breath steady and deliberate. It wasn't in a hurry. It knew it had me. I reached the tree line and stumbled into the underbrush, forcing my way through the tangled branches. The creature stayed close behind, its massive form slipping between the trees with an unnatural grace. Every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, to not look back. And then I saw something, a large boulder up ahead, the remnants of an old rock slide. It was my only chance. If I could get behind it, maybe I could hide, maybe. Before I could finish the thought, something whizzed past my head, smashing into the trunk of a tree with a deafening crack. I flinched, looking down in disbelief. A rock, a massive rock, the size of my fist, had been hurled at me. I turned back, heart racing, and saw the creature standing still now, just a few yards away. It had thrown the rock, and it hadn't missed by much. The message was clear. It could catch me if it wanted to. It could kill me in an instant. But it hadn't. Why? The question hung in my mind as I pressed on, limping as fast as my injured leg would allow. The creature followed me for another minute, maybe two, its presence a constant weight on my back. And then, without warning, it stopped. I didn't notice at first, too consumed by fear to realize the footsteps had ceased. But when I glanced back, it was gone, vanished into the trees as silently as it had appeared. I didn't wait to question it. I kept moving, stumbling through the forest until, by some miracle, I found the trail again. My truck was parked just a mile ahead, and I didn't stop until I was inside, the doors locked, the engine running. I sat there for a long time, staring out into the trees, my heart still racing. I don't know what that thing was. Sasquatch, maybe, or something worse. But one thing was certain: it had let me go, and I had no idea why. Story 3. Winter in the Rockies is unforgiving. The cold cuts through you like a blade, and once the sun sets, the darkness swallows everything. You don't realize just how far away from civilization you are until you're out there, with nothing but snow-covered peaks and endless woods around you. And in that silence, in that isolation, there's something primal that awakens, something that warns you you're not alone. I should have listened to that instinct. The plan had been simple. I'd set out for a solo backpacking trip, nothing too ambitious, just a few days, long enough to clear my head after a tough few months. I'd done solo hikes before, even in the winter, and I liked the solitude. It was peaceful. But by the time the storm rolled in, it was too late to turn back. The sky had been clear when I started that morning, the kind of crisp blue that makes the cold bearable. I'd trekked deep into the forest, following a trail I knew well, the snow crunching under my boots. But by mid-afternoon, the clouds had moved in fast, thick and heavy, and the first flakes began to fall. I knew I had to find shelter before the storm hit full force. That's when I spotted the cabin. It wasn't on any map I'd seen. and I hadn't heard of anyone living this deep in the woods. It looked abandoned, small, one room, and almost buried under years of snow and neglect. But it was sturdy, and with the wind picking up, it was my best shot at staying warm through the night. I had no choice. I pushed open the door, which groaned on its rusty hinges, and stepped inside. The air was stale, but the place was dry, with a stone fireplace in one corner and a small window that let in what little light remained. Dust covered the old wooden floor, and there was a single chair, long since rotted, pushed against the wall. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. I set my pack down, pulled out my gear, and started a fire. The warmth spread quickly, but the storm outside had grown violent. Snow battered the walls, and the wind howled like something alive, shaking the cabin in its fury. I could hear the trees groaning, branches snapping under the weight of ice. As I sat by the fire, the warmth slowly seeping into my bones, I tried to shake off the creeping sense of unease that had settled over me since I found the cabin. There was something about the place that felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to be there. But the storm left me no choice. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Hours of hiking in the cold would do that. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. The night dragged on, and I did my best to get some rest. But the howling wind outside seemed to carry with it something else. Something more than just the usual winter storm. It was almost like a voice. Faint at first, but growing louder as the hours passed. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, that the isolation was playing tricks on me. Then it called my name. I bolted upright, my heart hammering in my chest. The voice was unmistakable, clear as day, carried on the icy wind outside. It wasn't possible. No one knew I was out here. I hadn't seen another soul for miles. But the voice, it was there, just beyond the walls of the cabin, whispering through the cracks. I stared at the door, my breath catching in my throat, and listened. Nothing, just the wind, the fire crackling softly behind me. For a long time, I sat there, frozen in place, straining to hear anything over the storm. But the voice didn't come again, and after what felt like hours, I forced myself to relax. It was the wind. It had to be. I'd been alone for too long, and the isolation was messing with my head. But then the scratching started. It was subtle at first, a soft scraping sound, like something brushing against the outside of the cabin. I tensed, my eyes flicking toward the window, but there was nothing to see, just swirling snow and darkness. The scratching grew louder, more insistent, as if something was clawing at the walls, trying to get in. My heart raced. Maybe it was just a tree branch, I thought. The wind was strong enough to knock debris around. But the more I listened, the more I realized this sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be anything natural. It was a steady, scraping pattern, moving slowly around the cabin, circling. I grabbed my flashlight and stood, the beam trembling as I pointed it toward the door. My mouth was dry, my body tense. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the room, and the storm outside seemed to intensify, the wind wailing like some kind of wounded animal. Then I heard it again, my name. This time it wasn't faint. It was right outside the door, clear as if someone were standing there, whispering through the wood. My stomach twisted in fear. It was a voice I didn't recognize, low and rasping, but somehow familiar, like I'd heard it before in a nightmare I couldn't quite remember. I moved closer to the door, the flashlight shaking in my hand. I didn't want to open it. Every instinct screamed at me to stay inside, to stay by the fire. But the voice kept calling, that same horrible rasping, dragging my name out in a way that made my skin crawl. Then with a loud thud, something slammed against the door. I jumped back, nearly dropping the flashlight. Whatever was outside wasn't knocking, it was trying to break in. The door shuddered under the force of the blow, and I could hear heavy breathing, like something large was just inches away, waiting. My mind raced. I had no weapon, nothing to defend myself with other than a dull hatchet in my pack, and even that wouldn't do much against whatever was out there. I backed away slowly, my pulse thundering in my ears. I knew I had to act, but fear held me frozen, paralyzed by the impossibility of it all. Then the door creaked open, just an inch, maybe less, but enough for the freezing air to rush inside, and enough for me to see something. In the gap, I caught a glimpse of an eye, yellow, glowing faintly in the darkness. It stared at me, unblinking, full of hunger and malice, and my blood ran cold. I stumbled backward, crashing into the chair and sending it skidding across the floor. The door slammed shut again as the wind howled louder, as if whatever was out there had been spooked by the noise. But I knew it wasn't gone. I could still hear it, pacing, breathing heavily, its claws dragging against the wood. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the door, waiting for the next sound. My mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, none of them helpful. I kept trying to tell myself it was all in my head, that I was imagining it, but deep down, I knew better. There was something out there, something that wasn't human, and it wanted me. Hours passed, or maybe just minutes, it was impossible to tell, but eventually the scratching stopped. The wind began to die down, and the storm outside quieted, leaving behind an eerie silence. I didn't dare move, too afraid that whatever was out there was waiting for me to let my guard down. Then from outside the cabin, I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the snow. They circled the cabin once, twice, then stopped right outside the door. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my chest, waiting for the next sound. And then it spoke again. This time, the voice wasn't whispering. It was clear, loud, and terrifyingly human. "Come outside," it rasped, a sickening mockery of a friendly invitation. "Come out, and we can talk." My blood turned to ice. I knew I couldn't open that door, couldn't let whatever was out there inside. But the voice, it sounded almost convincing, almost reasonable, almost human. I forced myself to stay still, gripping the flashlight so tightly my knuckles turned white. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity, and then the voice spoke again. "We're so hungry." That was when I knew. Whatever was out there, whatever had been circling the cabin, it wasn't human. It was something older, something far more dangerous, and it wasn't going to leave until it got what it wanted. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. When the first light of dawn finally broke through the trees, I packed up my gear and left the cabin as quickly as I could, my ankle throbbing with every step. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The snow had covered any tracks, but I knew it had been there. I could feel it watching me as I hiked back toward civilization, waiting in the shadows for the next fool to wander off the trail. The mountains might be beautiful, but they're not ours, not really, and I was never coming back. Story 4. The smell hit us first. Rotting flesh and musty decay, like a slaughterhouse left to fester in the summer heat. We should have turned back right then, but duty called. 2 hikers had gone missing in these woods, and it was our job to find them. We just never expected to find that. My name's Jack, and I've been a park ranger in the Cascade Mountains for going on 15 years now. Thought I'd seen it all. Bear attacks, rock slides, the occasional lost kid. But nothing could have prepared me for what my partner Sarah and I stumbled upon that day. It started like any other search and rescue op. A young couple, Mike and Jenny, hadn't returned from a weekend camping trip. Their families raised the alarm when they missed work on Monday. By Tuesday morning, Sarah and I were gearing up to head into the backcountry. The weather was unseasonably warm for October, the kind of Indian summer that draws city folk out for one last adventure before winter sets in. As we hiked deeper into the wilderness, sweat beaded on my forehead despite the crisp mountain air. "Any theories?" Sarah asked, breaking the silence as we paused to check our map. I shook my head. "Could be anything. Injured and can't hike out. Got turned around and are waiting for rescue. Or—" I didn't need to finish the sentence. We both knew the stakes. Every hour that passed decreased the chances of finding Mike and Jenny alive. We pressed on, following the trail the couple had marked on the map they'd left with the rangers. By mid-afternoon, we reached the area where they'd planned to camp. No sign of a tent or gear, just pristine wilderness. "Jack, over here!" Sarah called out. She was crouched by a fallen log, examining something on the ground. As I approached, I saw what had caught her eye, a scrap of bright blue fabric snagged on a branch. "That matches the description of Jenny's jacket," I said, a knot forming in my stomach. Sarah nodded grimly. "And look, tracks!" She was right. Leading away from the fabric were a set of footprints, 2 pairs, one larger than the other. But something was off about them. The gait was all wrong, too wide set for a normal human stride. "Animal tracks overlapping, maybe," I suggested, not quite believing it myself. Sarah shook her head. "And I've never seen anything like this. Let's follow them, see where they lead." The tracks wound deeper into the forest, away from any marked trails. The trees grew denser, blocking out more and more sunlight until we were walking in a perpetual twilight. The rich scent of pine and loam gave way to something else, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. That's when we found the cave. It was barely visible, a dark slash in the rocky hillside nearly obscured by thick underbrush. We would have missed it entirely if not for the tracks leading straight inside. And the smell. God, that smell. Sarah and I exchanged a look. Neither of us wanted to go in there, but we both knew we had to. I pulled out my flashlight, took a deep breath, and ducked into the cave entrance. The beam of light cut through the gloom, revealing a narrow passageway that quickly opened into a larger cavern, and that's where we saw it. The nightmarish scene that would haunt my dreams for years to come. Bones. Hundreds of bones scattered across the cave floor, some bleached white with age, others still with scraps of flesh clinging to them. And mixed in among the animal remains were things that were unmistakably human. A shattered femur, the curve of a skull, a hand with fingers curled as if clawing at the ground. "Jesus Christ," Sarah whispered beside me, her voice tight with horror. My eyes darted around the cavern, taking in details I wished I could unsee: tattered backpacks and shredded clothing, a hiking boot with the foot still inside. And there, propped against the far wall, 2 fresh corpses. Even in death, their expressions were frozen in terror. "That's them," I choked out. "Mike and Jenny." Sarah was already reaching for her radio. "This is Ranger Thompson. We've located the missing hikers. Sending coordinates now. We're going to need forensics and—" Her voice trailed off as a sound echoed through the cave. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I whirled around, flashlight beam dancing wildly across the cavern walls. What the hell was that? Sarah's eyes were wide with fear. "Jack, we need to get out of here. Now!" We backed towards the entrance, every sense on high alert. That's when I saw them. 2 glowing eyes reflecting the beam of my flashlight, set high in the darkness near the cave ceiling. Whatever they belonged to, it was massive. The growl came again, louder this time, guttural, hungry, inhuman. "Run!" I shouted, shoving Sarah towards the exit. We scrambled through the narrow passageway, hearts pounding. Behind us, I could hear the sound of something large moving, rocks clattering as it gave chase. We burst out of the cave into the fading daylight, gulping in fresh air, but we didn't stop running. Branches whipped at our faces as we crashed through the underbrush, putting as much distance between us and that hellish cave as possible. Finally, lungs burning, we collapsed against a fallen tree. For a long moment, the only sound was our ragged breathing and the distant cry of a hawk. "What?" Sarah gasped between breaths. "What the hell was that thing?" I shook my head, mind reeling. "I don't know. I don't want to know. But we can't let anyone else stumble into that death trap." We made our way back to base camp in record time, the memory of those glowing eyes spurring us on. The next few days were a blur of debriefings, evidence collection, and trying to make sense of what we'd seen. The official report called it an animal attack, mountain lion probably, or maybe a particularly aggressive bear. The higher-ups were quick to dismiss our claims of something larger, something that walked on 2 legs. They didn't want to cause a panic, they said, didn't want to scare off the tourists. But Sarah and I knew the truth. We'd seen the evidence with our own eyes, felt the presence of something ancient and terrible that lurked in the shadows of the wilderness. Something that had been hunting in these mountains long before humans arrived and would continue long after we were gone. We made a pact that day, Sarah and I, to watch, to warn, to protect others from stumbling into the lair of a creature that defied explanation, because out there, in the vast wilds of the Cascade Mountains, something waits, something hungry, something that sees humans not as the apex predator, but as prey. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind whispers through the pines, I swear I can still hear that bone-chilling growl echoing across the valley, a reminder that we are not alone in these woods, and that some mysteries are better left unsolved. Story 5. The moment I saw those eyes staring back at me from the camera footage, I knew my life would never be the same. What started as a routine wildlife study in the remote forests of the Pacific Northwest had become a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. My name is Dr. Elena Reeves, and I'm a wildlife biologist specializing in large mammal behavior. For the past decade, I've been studying the elusive and endangered mountain lion population in the Cascade Range. It's solitary, demanding work, but I've always found peace in the quiet solitude of the wilderness. At least, I used to. It was late September when I set out to place my latest round of camera traps. The fall colors were just starting to paint the landscape in vibrant reds and golds, a stark contrast to the deep green of the towering pines. I'd chosen a new location this time, pushing further into a remote valley that had shown promising signs of mountain lion activity. The hike took most of the day, the weight of my pack and equipment slowing my progress over the rugged terrain. By the time I reached my designated spot, the sun was already dipping behind the mountains, casting long shadows through the trees. I worked quickly, securing the motion-activated cameras to trees at strategic points along game trails and near rocky outcroppings. These high-definition cameras were the latest in wildlife monitoring technology, capable of capturing clear images even in low-light conditions. Little did I know, they were about to capture something far beyond my wildest imagination. With the last camera in place, I made my way back to my small research cabin a few miles away. It was a simple one-room structure, but it had everything I needed: a bed, a desk for my laptop, and a wood stove to ward off the mountain chill. As I settled in for the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest seemed unusually quiet, the typical nighttime chorus of insects and owls noticeably absent. I tried to brush it off as paranoia, the result of too many solo trips into the backcountry. But as I drifted off to sleep, a faint, rhythmic thumping sound from the roof jolted me awake. Probably just a branch in the wind, I told myself, but deep down, I knew there were no trees close enough to touch the cabin. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, the uneasy feelings of the night before fading in the bright autumn sunlight. I spent the day reviewing data and preparing reports, eager for nightfall when I could check the footage from my new camera traps. As the sun began to set, I booted up my laptop and connected to the wireless receivers that collected data from the cameras. Images began to populate my screen, mostly the usual suspects: deer grazing cautiously in small clearings, a black bear lumbering along a well-worn path, a couple of coyotes trotting past, noses to the ground, and then I saw it. At first, I thought the image was corrupted or out of focus. But as I zoomed in, my blood ran cold. There, in the fading twilight, stood a figure that defied explanation. It was tall, easily 7 or 8 feet, and covered in thick, dark hair. But it wasn't a bear. The proportions were all wrong. It stood upright, on 2 legs, with long arms that nearly reached the ground. My scientific mind raced to make sense of what I was seeing. Some kind of primate, but there were no known species of ape in North America. A man in a costume. But who would be out here, in the middle of nowhere, dressed like that? I clicked to the next image, taken just seconds later. The creature had moved, now facing directly towards the camera. And its eyes, God, those eyes, they glowed with an eerie amber light, reflecting the infrared flash of the camera. But it was the intelligence behind them that truly terrified me. This was no animal. Whatever this thing was, it was aware. It knew it was being watched. My hands shook as I flipped through the rest of the images. The creature appeared in several more, always at night, always seemingly aware of the cameras. In one particularly chilling shot, it appeared to be reaching towards the lens, massive, clawed hand outstretched. I sat back, mind reeling. I had just stumbled upon evidence of a creature that, by all scientific understanding, should not exist. Bigfoot, Sasquatch. The legends of the Pacific Northwest made flesh. Part of me wanted to immediately share my discovery with the world. This could revolutionize our understanding of undiscovered species, of human evolution, of everything. But another part of me, the part that remembered that feeling of being watched, of that sound on my roof, urged caution. I decided to wait, to gather more evidence before going public. I spent the next few days in a state of hypervigilance, jumping at every sound, peering into the darkness beyond my cabin windows. I reviewed the camera footage obsessively, but the creature didn't appear again. On the third night, I was hunched over my laptop, analyzing every pixel of the images for any details I might have missed. That's when I heard it. A loud thump on the cabin roof, directly above me. My heart leapt into my throat as I slowly looked up at the ceiling. Thump, thump, thump. Slow, deliberate footsteps, too heavy to be any animal I knew. They moved across the roof towards the side of the cabin where my small window was located. I sat frozen, barely breathing, as a shadow fell across the glass. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a massive shape rose into view. My laptop screen illuminated a face that would feature in my nightmares for years to come. The high, sloping forehead, the deep-set eyes that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The heavy brow and wide, flat nose, and those teeth yellowed, pointed things better suited to tearing flesh than chewing plants. Our eyes met, and in that moment, I knew that everything I thought I understood about the natural world was wrong. This creature, this being, was real, and it knew I had seen it. A low, rumbling sound vibrated through the cabin walls. Not quite a growl, not quite speech, but something in between. A warning, perhaps, or a threat. I don't know how long we stared at each other. It could have been seconds or hours, but eventually the face disappeared from view. I heard more footsteps on the roof, then silence. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I packed up my equipment and hiked out at first light, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts and emotions. I had made the discovery of a lifetime, but at what cost? I knew that if I went public with what I'd seen, my life would never be the same. I'd be labeled a crackpot, my academic career destroyed. Or worse, I'd be believed, and these remote forests would be overrun with curiosity seekers and monster hunters. But could I really keep this to myself? Did I have the right to withhold this knowledge from the world? In the end, I chose a middle path. I secured the camera footage and my notes in a safe deposit box, to be opened only in the event of my death or disappearance. I continued my research, but I never went back to that particular valley. And on dark nights, when the wind howls through the trees, I find myself peering out the window, half expecting to see those glowing eyes staring back at me. The encounter changed me, as encounters with the unknown always do. It humbled me, reminding me that for all our scientific advancement, there are still mysteries in this world. It taught me to question my assumptions, to look beyond the boundaries of what I thought I knew, but most of all, it left me with a profound sense of wonder and a healthy dose of fear, because now I know that out there, in the vast wilderness of the Pacific Northwest, something watches, something that walks a line between myth and reality, between human and beast, something that reminds us that we are not the masters of this world, but merely guests in a realm far older and stranger than we can imagine. And sometimes, When I'm alone in the forest, I swear I can feel its eyes on me, watching, waiting, a silent guardian of secrets not yet ready to be revealed. Story 6. I never believed in Bigfoot. Not until that night in the Cascade Mountains, when our laughter turned to terror, and we realized we weren't alone in the wilderness. It started with our food cache, but it ended with us being hunted by something that shouldn't exist. My name's Alex, and I've been an avid camper and hiker for most of my life. I thought I knew the woods, thought I understood the dangers. Bears, cougars, maybe the occasional wolf. Those were the threats to watch out for. But nothing in my experience could have prepared me for what my friends and I encountered on that ill-fated camping trip. There were 4 of us. Me, my best friend Jake, his girlfriend Mia, and my sister Rachel. We'd been planning this trip for months, a week-long trek through some of the most remote parts of the Cascade Range, the kind of adventure you dream about, far from cell service and the pressures of everyday life. The first 3 days were perfect. Crisp mountain air, stunning vistas, and the kind of deep, restful sleep that only comes from spending all day hiking. We'd set up a base camp in a beautiful meadow, planning to use it as a hub for day hikes to explore the surrounding area. It was on the 4th morning that things started to go wrong. We woke to find our food cache completely destroyed. We'd done everything right, hung our food high in a tree, well away from our tents. But something had torn through the thick plastic containers like they were made of tissue paper, scattering our supplies across the forest floor. "Must have been a bear," Jake said, surveying the damage with a frown. "A big one." But as I looked closer at the scene, doubt crept in. The claw marks on the trees didn't look like any bear sign I'd ever seen. And the footprints left in the soft earth, they were huge, easily twice the size of my own boot, but distinctly humanoid in shape. "Guys," I said slowly, "I don't think this was a bear." Mia laughed nervously. "What? You think it was Bigfoot or something?" I didn't answer. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something out there in the trees was observing our every move. We spent the morning salvaging what food we could and debating our next move. We had enough to last another day or 2 if we rationed carefully, but not for the full week we'd planned. In the end, we decided to push on, following our original route to the next planned campsite. It was closer to a ranger station, and we figured we could get help if we needed it. As we hiked that day, the usual chatter and jokes were replaced by an uneasy silence. Every snapping twig or rustle in the underbrush made us jump. I found myself constantly scanning the trees, half expecting to see a giant, hair-covered figure lurking in the shadows. It was late afternoon when Rachel spotted the footprint. We were crossing a muddy stretch of trail when she suddenly stopped short. "Alex," she called, her voice tight with fear. "Tell me I'm not seeing what I think I'm seeing." I walked over, my heart sinking as I saw what had caught her attention. There, pressed deep into the mud, was a footprint that matched the ones from our campsite. But this one was fresh, the edges still sharp and clear. "We're not alone out here," I said quietly. That's when we heard it, a sound that didn't belong in these woods. A sharp, percussive knocking, like someone striking 2 pieces of wood together. It echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Jake's face had gone pale. "I've read about this," he whispered. "Wood knocking. It's how they communicate." "They?" Mia asked, her voice shaking. "Who's they?" But we all knew the answer, even if none of us wanted to say it out loud. The knocking came again, closer this time. And then, from deeper in the forest, an answering call. A long, low whistle that raised the hair on the back of my neck. "We need to get out of here," Rachel said, already backing away. Now, we abandoned any pretense of following the trail, striking out in the general direction of the ranger station. The forest seemed to close in around us, shadows deepening as the sun sank lower in the sky. The knocking and whistling continued, always just out of sight but growing steadily closer. As darkness fell, panic began to set in. We were lost, our headlamps casting weak beams into the impenetrable blackness of the forest. The sounds were all around us now, wood knocking, whistles, and something else. A deep, guttural vocalization that was almost, but not quite, human. They're herding us, I realized with a jolt of terror. Like wolves corralling prey. We huddled together, back to back, as shapes moved in the darkness just beyond the reach of our lights. Massive, hair-covered figures that walked on two legs, glowing eyes that reflected the beam of our headlamps. In that moment, everything I thought I knew about the natural world crumbled away. Bigfoot wasn't just real. There was a whole clan of them out there, and they had been watching us, following us, maybe for days. A twig snapped loudly to our left, and we all whirled to face the sound. There, not 20 feet away, stood a creature straight out of legend. It was huge, easily 8 feet tall, covered in thick matted fur. But it was the face that froze the breath in my lungs, so alien yet so eerily human-like. Deep-set eyes glowed with intelligence, and as it opened its mouth, I saw teeth better suited for tearing flesh than chewing plants. It let out a roar that shook me to my core, a sound of raw power and ancient wildness, and then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone, melting back into the shadows with a speed and grace that defied its massive size. We ran. I don't know how long or how far. We crashed through underbrush, scrambled over fallen logs, splashed through icy streams, always with the sense that we were being pursued, that at any moment a massive hand might reach out of the darkness and snatch one of us away. Just when I thought my legs would give out, when the burn in my lungs felt like it would consume me, we burst out of the tree line into a small clearing, and there, like a miracle, stood the ranger station. We pounded on the door, screaming for help. The startled ranger, who answered clearly, thought we were mad, raving about monsters in the woods. But as dawn broke and we ventured back out to retrieve our abandoned gear, the evidence was undeniable. Massive footprints circled the station, stopping just short of the light cast by the windows. The official report called it a bear encounter, of course. Mass hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion to explain what we'd seen, but I know the truth. We all do. There's something out there in the wilds of the Cascade Mountains, something that's watched us for centuries from the shadows, content to remain a legend. But that night, for whatever reason, it decided to reveal itself to us. I still go camping, still love the peace and beauty of the wilderness. But now, when darkness falls and the forest grows quiet, I find myself listening for that telltale wood knock, for that otherworldly whistle, and I wonder, are they out there, watching me? And what would happen if, one day, I decided to answer their call? Because now I know that Bigfoot isn't just a myth or a hoax. It's real, it's intelligent, and it's far more complex than we ever imagined. And somewhere out there, in the vast wilderness of the Pacific Northwest, it's waiting, watching. Perhaps one day, when it decides we're ready, it will reveal its secrets to the world. But until then, it remains the guardian of the deep woods, a reminder that there are still mysteries in this world, and that sometimes, just sometimes, legends walk among us. Story 7. The scream that echoed through the forest that night wasn't human. I know because humans can't make a sound like that, a sound that freezes your blood and makes your heart forget how to beat. A sound that, even now, years later, jolts me awake in a cold sweat. The night I learned that the Wendigo was real, and that it had developed a taste for search and rescue teams. My name is Mike Callahan, and I've been with mountain rescue for over a decade. I've seen my share of tragedies and close calls, but nothing could have prepared me for what we encountered in the Adirondacks that autumn night. It started like any other call-out, a distress signal from a group of hikers who'd gone off trail and gotten themselves lost as night fell. Standard procedure, we geared up, split into teams, and headed out into the wilderness. I was leading a team of 4, myself, Sarah, our medical expert, Dave, navigation specialist, and Tom, a rookie on his 3rd mission. The weather wasn't in our favor. A thick fog had rolled in, reducing visibility to almost nothing. The beam of our flashlight seemed to hit a wall of grey just a few feet ahead. The usual sounds of the forest, rustling leaves, chirping crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, were muffled, creating an eerie silence that set my nerves on edge. We'd been searching for about 2 hours when we stumbled upon the first sign that something was very, very wrong. A campsite, or what was left of one. The tent was in shreds, sleeping bags and backpacks scattered as if something had exploded from the center of the camp. But it was the claw marks that made my blood run cold. Deep gouges in the trees surrounding the campsite, too high up and too widely spaced to be from any bear or mountain lion I'd ever encountered. "What the hell could have done this?" Tom whispered, his face pale in the harsh beam of his headlamp. I shook my head, trying to quell the growing sense of dread in my stomach. I don't know, but whatever it was, it's big and dangerous. We need to find those hikers fast. We pushed on, following a trail of broken branches and disturbed earth that led away from the destroyed campsite. The fog seemed to thicken with each step, and an unnatural chill settled over us, despite the relatively mild autumn night. That's when we heard it. A scream that started human, but twisted into something else. Something that made every primal instinct in my body scream danger. Help! Oh God, help us! The voice was distant, distorted by the fog, but unmistakably terrified. We broke into a run, caution forgotten in our urgency to reach the source of that cry. The fog swirled around us, playing tricks with sound and sight. More than once I could have sworn I saw movement just at the edge of my vision, a tall, emaciated figure darting between the trees. But every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. We burst into a small clearing, and for a moment I thought we'd found our lost hikers. 3 figures huddled together on the far side, their forms indistinct in the mist. Relief flooded through me. "It's okay," I called out. "We're mountain rescue. We're here to help." The figures didn't move, didn't respond. As we drew closer, the wrongness of the scene began to sink in. They were too still, too quiet. Sarah reached them first. I saw her recoil, heard her sharp intake of breath. "Mike," she said, her voice shaking, "these aren't the hikers." I stepped forward, and the beam of my flashlight illuminated a nightmare. What I had taken for huddled figures were actually crude effigies, made from branches and animal bones, wrapped in scraps of bloody clothing. Atop each one was a deer skull, jaws gaping in a silent scream. "Jesus Christ," Dave muttered, crossing himself. Tom turned away and retched into the underbrush. I'd seen some disturbing things in my years with mountain rescue, but nothing like this. This wasn't the work of a lost hiker or a deranged backwoodsman. This was something else entirely. "We need to call this in," I said, reaching for my radio. "Get back up out here and—" The scream cut through the night again, closer this time, so close it felt like it was inside my head. But this time I recognized it for what it was. Not a cry for help, but a mimicry, a lure. "Run!" I whispered, the word barely making it past the lump of fear in my throat. "Run!" We bolted, crashing through the underbrush with no thought for direction or stealth. Behind us, I could hear something giving chase, something big, moving with inhuman speed through the forest. A sound like a woman weeping drifted through the trees, so real and heartbreaking that Tom actually slowed, turning towards it. "Don't listen!" I shouted, grabbing his arm and yanking him forward. "It's not real!" The weeping turned to laughter, high and cruel, echoing from every direction. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. Finally, gasping for breath, we stumbled to a stop in a small grove of pines. For a moment, the only sound was our ragged breathing and the thunder of my own heartbeat in my ears. "What? What was that thing?" Tom panted, eyes wide with terror. Before I could answer, a twig snapped in the darkness beyond our little circle of light. We all whirled towards the sound, flashlights painting wild arcs through the mist, and there it was. A figure stepped out of the shadows, and I felt my mind recoil from what I was seeing. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs too long and too thin to be human. Its skin was a sickly grey, stretched tight over a skeletal frame, but it was the face that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Sunken, glowing eyes above a mouthful of needle-sharp teeth opened in a grin that was almost gleeful. Wendigo. The word floated up from some half-remembered story, a legend I'd dismissed as campfire tales and superstition. But the thing standing before us was terrifyingly real. For a heartbeat that felt like an eternity, we stood frozen, staring at the creature. Then it let out a roar that shook the very air around us, and we scattered. I'd like to say I acted the hero, that I stood my ground or made sure my team got away safely. But the truth is, blind panic took over. I ran without thought or direction, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I don't know how long I ran or how far. Eventually, I found myself at the base of a sheer rock face, gasping for breath, legs trembling with exhaustion. The fog had thinned somewhat, and in the dim pre-dawn light I could make out the silhouettes of trees and boulders. For a moment I thought I'd lost it. Then I heard the scrape of claws on stone and looked up to see the Wendigo scaling the cliff face with terrifying ease, coming right for me. In that moment, staring death in its too wide grin, something snapped inside me. Fear gave way to a sort of fatalistic calm. If this was how I was going to die, I was going to face it head-on. I raised my flashlight, shining it directly into the creature's eyes. It flinched, letting out a hiss of pain or anger. And in that moment of distraction, I saw my chance. I bolted, not away, but towards the creature, ducking under its grasping claws and sprinting past it. I ran like I've never run before, fueled by adrenaline and sheer desperation. Behind me, I could hear the Wendigo's furious howl, but I didn't dare look back. I just ran and ran until finally, miraculously, I broke through the tree line and onto the road where we'd left our vehicles. The others were there, faces etched with relief and lingering terror. We piled into the truck and sped away, not stopping until we reached the ranger station miles away. The official report calls it a bear attack. The destroyed campsite, the chase through the woods, all attributed to an unusually aggressive black bear. Our descriptions of the creature were put down to fear and exhaustion, playing tricks on our minds. But I know what I saw, what we all saw. And on cold nights, when the wind howls through the trees, I find myself listening for that sound. Not quite human, not quite animal, the call of the Wendigo. They say it's a creature born of desperation and hunger, cursed to roam the wilderness with an insatiable appetite. I don't know if that's true, but I do know that it's out there, in the deep, dark woods, waiting, watching, hungry. And sometimes, when hikers go missing in those mountains, I wonder, did they fall victim to the harsh wilderness? Or did they hear a cry for help in the night? A sound so convincing, so human, that they couldn't help but follow it into the mist, into the waiting jaws of a legend made flesh. Story 8. I used to think the scariest things in the woods were bears or mountain lions. That was before I saw the eyes watching us from the darkness. Before I heard the sound of something massive running on two legs, chasing us through the forest. Before I learned that sometimes legends have teeth. My name is Jamie, and I was there the night we encountered the Dogman. It was supposed to be a simple night hike, a chance to see the stars away from the city lights. Instead, it became a fight for survival against something that shouldn't exist. There were 5 of us. Me, my boyfriend Chris, our friends Zoe and Marcus's little sister Lily. We'd driven up to the Manistee National Forest in Michigan for a weekend camping trip. It was late August and the days were still warm, but there was a hint of autumn in the air at night. We'd spent the day hiking and swimming, and as the sun began to set, Zoe suggested a night hike. "Come on," she said, her eyes bright with excitement. "The meteor shower's supposed to peak tonight. We can hike up to the ridge and watch it away from the campfire." It seemed like a great idea at the time. We grabbed our flashlights, some water, and a few snacks, leaving our campsite behind. The forest was alive with nighttime sounds, crickets chirping, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. At first, everything was perfect. We reached the ridge just as true darkness fell, and the sky above us exploded with stars. We spread out a blanket and lay back, watching streaks of light dart across the heavens. "Did you guys hear that?" Lily asked suddenly, sitting up. We all fell silent, straining our ears. For a moment, all I could hear was the gentle whisper of wind through the trees. Then I heard it, a sound like a heavy branch snapping, followed by something that could have been a low growl. "Probably just a raccoon or something," Marcus said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. Zoe turned on her flashlight, sweeping the beam across the tree line at the edge of the clearing. For a split second, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. Two glowing eyes, reflecting the light, set much higher off the ground than any normal animal. "Did you see that?" I whispered, grabbing Chris's arm. But when Zoe swung the light back, there was nothing there. We were all on edge now, the magic of the night broken. "Maybe we should head back to camp," Chris suggested, and no one argued. We packed up quickly and started back down the trail. That's when things went from unsettling to terrifying. A howl split the night air, so loud and so close it felt like it vibrated through my bones. But this wasn't the howl of a wolf or a coyote. It was deeper, more guttural, with an almost human quality that sent chills down my spine. "Run!" Marcus yelled, grabbing Lily's hand. We took off down the trail, flashlight beams bouncing wildly as we ran. I could hear something crashing through the underbrush behind us, moving far faster than anything that size should be able to. Risking a glance over my shoulder, I saw it. In the jerky, strobe-like effect of our moving flashlights, I caught glimpses of a massive dog-like creature, but it wasn't running on 4 legs. It was chasing us upright, on 2 legs, like a man. A scream caught in my throat as I turned back, pumping my legs harder. Up ahead, I saw Lily trip on a root going down hard. Marcus skidded to a stop, trying to help her up. Time seemed to slow down. I saw the creature burst from the trees behind them, rearing up to its full height. It was enormous, easily 7 or 8 feet tall, with a body that seemed to be a nightmarish blend of man and wolf. Powerful, muscular limbs covered in dark fur, hands that ended in vicious claws, and that face, a long canine muzzle full of gleaming teeth, with eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. "Get away from them!" Chris yelled, and I watched in horror as he charged at the creature, waving his flashlight like a weapon. The Dogman, because what else could you call such a thing, turned towards Chris with a snarl that made my blood run cold. It swung one massive arm, catching Chris in the chest and sending him flying back into a tree with a sickening thud. I wanted to run to him, but my body wouldn't respond. I stood frozen, watching as the creature turned its attention back to Marcus and Lily. Marcus had positioned himself in front of his sister, arms spread wide, but I could see him trembling from here. That's when Zoe did something either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. She pulled out her camping knife, a puny thing that suddenly looked absurdly small, and charged at the Dogman, letting out a war cry that would have been comical in any other situation. The creature's head snapped towards her, and for a moment I thought we were about to watch Zoe get torn apart. But her sudden attack seemed to confuse it. It hesitated, and in that moment of confusion, Marcus scooped up Lily and bolted past it. Come on!" Zoe screamed, grabbing my arm as she ran past. Her touch broke whatever spell had been holding me in place. I ran, pausing only to help Chris to his feet. He was dazed, but able to move. We crashed through the forest, all thought of following the trail forgotten. Behind us, I could hear the Dogman's enraged howl, followed by the sound of it giving chase, but somehow, miraculously, we managed to stay ahead of it. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, when the burn in my legs had become an all-consuming fire, we burst out of the tree line and into the small clearing where we'd set up our tents. The campfire was still burning low, casting a circle of warm light. We didn't stop running until we'd reached the car, piling in with no thought for the camping gear we were leaving behind. Marcus gunned the engine, and we peeled out of the campsite in a spray of gravel and pine needles. As we sped down the dark forest road, I looked back. There, at the edge of our headlights, reach, I saw it one last time. The dogman stood at the side of the road, watching us go. As I stared, it raised its head and let out a final howl, a sound of frustration, of hunger denied, but also a promise that this wasn't over. We drove straight through the night, not stopping until we'd put hundreds of miles between us and the forest. When we finally pulled into a rest stop, the sun was peeking over the horizon. We sat in silence for a long moment, the events of the night finally sinking in. What was that thing?" Lily finally asked, her voice small and shaky. "I don't know," Marcus said, pulling his sister into a hug. "But it's over now. We're safe." But even as he said it, I could see in his eyes, in all their eyes, the same knowledge that was settling into my bones. We had encountered something that shouldn't exist, something that shattered our understanding of the world. And while we might have escaped this time, the memory of those glowing eyes, that powerful, unnaturally upright body, would haunt us forever. In the years since that night, I've done a lot of research. I've learned that we're not alone in our experience. All across the Midwest, there are stories of the Dogman, a creature that's part wolf, part man, all predator. Some say it's a cryptid, an undiscovered species. Others claim it's a werewolf or some other supernatural being. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something is out there in the forests of Michigan, something that walks on 2 legs when it should be on 4, something that's faster, stronger, and smarter than any natural animal. And sometimes, on dark nights when the wind howls outside my window, I find myself listening for that sound, not quite wolf, not quite human, that I heard in the forest that night, the call of the dogman, because deep down I know the truth. We didn't escape that night, we were let go. And somewhere out there, in the deep, dark woods, it's waiting, watching, ready for the day when our paths cross again. Story 9. The first night. It was just a blur on the edge of the frame. By the third night I could see its eyes gleaming in the darkness, staring directly into the camera. And on that final night, as I heard the scratching at my door, I realized with heart-stopping clarity that it had found me. My name is Daniel Larson, and until 3 weeks ago, I was just a regular guy living on the outskirts of a small town in northern Minnesota. I had a decent job as a software developer, working remotely from my little cabin in the woods. I loved the solitude, the connection with nature. At least, I used to. It all started when I decided to set up some trail cameras around my property. I'd been noticing some strange tracks in the snow, too big for a wolf, but not quite right for a bear. Curiosity got the better of me, and I figured some night vision footage might shed some light on my mysterious visitor. The first couple of nights yielded nothing but the usual forest denizens, deer, raccoons, the occasional fox. But on the third night, reviewing the footage over my morning coffee, I saw something that made me choke on my drink. It was just for a split second, a dark shape moving at the edge of the frame, but it was big, far bigger than any animal that should be in these woods, and the way it moved, it was upright, bipedal, but with a fluidity that seemed almost unnatural. I told myself it was probably just a bear, standing up to scratch itself against a tree, but deep down, I knew I was lying to myself. Bears don't move like that. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I set up more cameras, creating a perimeter around my cabin. Each morning, I'd review the footage with a mix of anticipation and dread. For a few nights, there was nothing. Then, a week after that first sighting, I saw it again. This time it was clearer, a massive, wolf-like creature, easily 7 feet tall, walking on its hind legs with an almost human gait. Its fur was a mottled grey and black, and its eyes glowed in the infrared light of the camera like twin coals. I must have watched that clip 100 times. trying to convince myself it was a hoax, a man in a costume, anything but what it appeared to be. But the more I watched, the more certain I became. This was no man and no ordinary animal. This was something else entirely. Over the next few nights, it appeared with increasing frequency, and each time it seemed to be getting closer to my cabin. I started noticing details, the way its clawed hands flexed as it walked, the pointed ears that swiveled to catch every sound, the way its muzzle would open slightly, revealing rows of gleaming teeth. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me. There was an intelligence there, a calculating awareness that went far beyond any normal predator. And as the nights went on, I became convinced that it wasn't just passing through my property, it was watching me. By the second week, I was a nervous wreck. I'd stopped going outside unless absolutely necessary, and I'd taken to sleeping with a loaded shotgun by my bed. Not that I really believed it would do much good against whatever this thing was. Then came the night that changed everything. I was reviewing the footage as usual when I saw something that made my blood run cold. The creature was there, standing at the tree line, staring directly into the camera. But this time, it did something new. It raised one clawed hand and seemed to point, first at the camera, then at my cabin. It knew I was watching it, and now it was watching me. I spent that day in a panic, alternating between pacing my small living room and staring out the windows at the surrounding forest. As night fell, I found myself jumping at every sound, the creak of the cabin settling, the wind rustling through the trees. Around midnight, I heard it, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the cabin. It was close, so close. With shaking hands, I pulled up the live feed from my cameras on my laptop, and there it was, standing in my yard, not 20 feet from my front door. In the eerie green glow of the night vision, I could see every detail of its terrifying form. The powerful, muscular body, the elongated snout filled with dagger-like teeth, and those eyes, staring directly at the camera, filled with an almost human intelligence. As I watched, frozen in terror, it began to move towards my cabin with slow, deliberate steps. I scrambled for my shotgun, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it. That's when I heard it, the sound that will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. Scratching, slow, methodical scratching at my front door. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I raised the shotgun, aiming it at the door, knowing all the while that it would probably be useless against this creature. The scratching continued, growing more insistent. Then, suddenly, it stopped. For a moment, there was silence. A silence so complete, so oppressive, that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Then, a new sound, a voice, low, guttural, barely recognizable as speech, but unmistakably forming words. Let me in. I think I screamed then. I'm not sure. Everything after that is a blur of terror and adrenaline. I remember firing the shotgun at the door again and again until it clicked empty. I remember the splintering of wood, the crash as the door finally gave way. And I remember those eyes, glowing, intelligent, filled with a hunger that went beyond the merely physical. They were the last thing I saw before I blacked out. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later. They told me I'd been found wandering along the highway, miles from my cabin, babbling incoherently about monsters and cameras. My cabin had been found destroyed, they said. They assumed it was a bear attack, that I'd had a psychological break from the trauma. I didn't bother trying to tell them the truth. Who would believe me? It's been 3 weeks now. I'm staying with my sister in the city, trying to piece my life back together. But every night, I find myself waking up in a cold sweat, the memory of those eyes still burning in my mind. And sometimes, when I look out the window at night, I swear I can see a shape moving in the shadows, a tall lupine figure walking on 2 legs. I tell myself it's just my imagination, just the trauma playing tricks on me, but deep down, I know the truth. It's out there, watching, waiting. Because the thing is, I've done some research since that night, delved into local legends, folklore, stories that most people dismiss as campfire tales, and I've learned that I'm not alone in my experience. All across the northern forests, there are stories of the Dogman, a creature that's part wolf, part man, all predator. Some say it's a cryptid, an undiscovered species. Others claim it's a werewolf or some other supernatural being. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something is out there in the forests of Minnesota, something that walks on two legs when it should be on four, something that's smarter, stronger, and more terrifying than anything I ever imagined could exist. And it knows who I am. It knows my scent, my face. I managed to escape once, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. That someday, whether it's next week or next year, I'll hear that scratching at my door again. Because now I know the truth that most people never learn. Sometimes the monsters are real, and once they've found you, they don't let go easily. So if you're ever in the northern woods and you hear something moving in the darkness that doesn't sound quite right, don't dismiss it. Don't tell yourself it's just your imagination. And whatever you do, don't try to look for it, because it might just be looking for you, too. Story 10. The door hung off its hinges, claw marks scoring deep into the wood. But it wasn't the destruction that made my blood run cold. It was the realization that whatever had done this was strong enough to rip a solid oak door from its frame, and it might still be inside. I'd seen a lot in my years as a park ranger, but nothing could have prepared me for what I found in that remote cabin, or for the moment I came face to face with a legend. My name is Sarah Martinez, and I've been a ranger in the Olympic National Park for over a decade. I thought I knew these woods like the back of my hand. I've dealt with everything from lost hikers to aggressive bears. But on that crisp autumn morning, as I approached the research cabin deep in the backcountry, I realized how little I truly understood about the wilderness I called home. The call had come in just after dawn. One of our wildlife researchers, Dr. Alan Reeves, had missed his scheduled check-in. It wasn't like him to be careless about protocol, especially this deep in the forest. With no cell service and the nearest road miles away, the radio was his lifeline. When he didn't respond to repeated calls, we knew something was wrong. I volunteered to check it out. The cabin was a good 6-hour hike from the nearest access point, and I knew the trail well. As I set out, the forest was alive with the sounds of early morning, birds calling, small animals rustling in the underbrush. But as I got closer to my destination, I noticed an unsettling quiet settling over the woods. The first sign that something was seriously wrong came about a half-mile from the cabin. I found deep gouges in the bark of several trees, too high up and too widely spaced to be from any bear I'd ever encountered. A chill ran down my spine as I realized whatever had made these marks had to be massive. As I approached the clearing where the cabin stood, the silence became oppressive. No birds, no insects, not even the whisper of wind through the trees. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Then I saw the door, or what was left of it. Splinters of wood littered the ground, and deep claw marks scored the remaining planks. My hand went instinctively to the sidearm at my hip as I cautiously approached. "Dr. Reeves," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "It's Ranger Martinez. Are you in there?" No response. Taking a deep breath, I drew my weapon and stepped inside. The interior of the cabin was chaos, furniture overturned, papers scattered everywhere. The small kitchenette looked like it had been hit by a tornado, with broken dishes and upended food containers strewn across the floor. But it was the back wall that made my heart skip a beat. There, scrawled in what looked horribly like dried blood, was a single word: run. I keyed my radio, my voice shaking slightly as I called for backup. As I waited for a response, I noticed something else. Amid the destruction, there were tufts of coarse, dark hair caught on splintered wood and broken glass. Far too much hair for it to have come from Dr. Reeves. That's when I heard it. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I whirled around, gun raised, scanning the room for the source of the sound, but there was nothing there. The growl came again, louder this time, and I realized with a jolt of terror that it was coming from outside. I moved to the window, peering out into the clearing. What I saw there will stay with me for the rest of my life. It was huge, at least 8 feet tall, with a body that seemed to be a nightmarish blend of man and ape. Thick, dark fur covered its muscular frame, and its arms were so long the massive hands nearly brushed the ground. But it was the face that truly terrified me. A sloping forehead above deep-set eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. A broad, flat nose flared as it sniffed the air. And when its lips pulled back in a snarl, I saw rows of teeth better suited to tearing flesh than chewing plants. Sasquatch, Bigfoot, the legend of the Pacific Northwest made terrifyingly real. For a moment that felt like an eternity, we stared at each other. I could see the wheels turning behind those eyes, an awareness that went far beyond any animal I'd ever encountered. It knew I was there. It was deciding what to do about me. Then, with a roar that shook the very foundations of the cabin, it charged. I didn't think, I reacted. I fired 2 shots through the window, the sound deafening in the confined space. The creature stumbled, more from surprise than injury. I think it gave me just enough time to bolt for the door. I ran like I've never run before, crashing through the underbrush with no thought for the trail or direction. Behind me, I could hear the creature giving chase, its powerful strides eating up the distance between us. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, when the burn in my legs had become an all-consuming fire, I broke through the tree line and found myself on the edge of a steep ravine. There was no time to stop, no time to think. I jumped. The world spun around me as I tumbled down the slope, bouncing off rocks and crashing through bushes. When I finally came to a stop at the bottom, every inch of my body screamed in pain, but I was alive. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, ears straining for any sound of pursuit, but there was nothing. Just the gentle babble of a nearby stream and the gradual return of normal forest sounds. It took me hours to make my way back to the ranger station, battered, bruised, and still shaking from my encounter. By the time search and rescue teams made it back to the cabin, there was no sign of the creature, no sign of Dr. Reeves either, though we found traces of blood that matched his type. The official report calls it a bear attack. They say I was confused, traumatized by what I'd seen, that the stress and fear made me imagine things. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I smelled, that musky, almost human scent that still fills my nostrils when I think back to that day. In the years since, I've done a lot of research. I've learned that I'm not alone in my experience. All across the Pacific Northwest, there are stories of Bigfoot, a creature that's part man, part ape, all mystery. Some say it's an undiscovered primate. Others claim it's something more, something beyond our current understanding of the natural world. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something is out there in the forests of the Olympic Peninsula, something that walks on 2 legs, that's stronger and smarter than any known animal, something that's managed to stay hidden for the most part. Despite centuries of human encroachment, I still work as a ranger, still love these woods and mountains, but now, when I'm deep in the backcountry and the shadows grow long, I find myself listening, watching, because I know the truth that most people never learn. Sometimes legends walk among us, and not all of them are benign. So if you're ever hiking in the deep woods of the Pacific Northwest and you hear something moving in the underbrush that doesn't sound quite right, don't dismiss it. Don't tell yourself it's just your imagination, and whatever you do, don't try to follow it, because it might just be following you. Story 11. The handprint in the frost was unmistakably human, yet impossibly large. As dawn broke over the sheer rock face, revealing the massive imprint mere inches from where we'd slept, one thought crystallized in my mind: we weren't alone on this mountain, and whatever had visited us in the night was far from human. My name is Alex Chen, and I've been a climber for most of my life. I've scaled peaks all over the world, from the Alps to the Andes, but nothing could have prepared me for what my climbing partner Jake and I encountered on the north face of Mount Baker in the Cascade Range. It was late September, and we were attempting a challenging route that had never been successfully climbed in its entirety. The weather forecast was good, and we were confident in our skills. We'd been planning this climb for months, meticulously going over every detail of our gear and our route. The first day went smoothly. We made good progress up the face, setting anchors and finding solid holds in the rock. As the sun began to set, we reached a small ledge where we planned to set up our portaledge for the night. It was barely big enough for the two of us, but it was secure, and we'd slept in far more precarious spots before. As we settled in for the night, secured to the rock face by multiple safety lines, I couldn't shake a feeling of unease. The mountain seemed unnaturally quiet, no wind whistling through the crags, no distant calls of birds or animals, just an oppressive silence that seemed to press in on us from all sides. "You hear that?" Jake asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, understanding immediately what he meant. The absence of sound was almost deafening. We tried to laugh it off, chalking it up to the altitude and our tired minds playing tricks on us. But as we zipped ourselves into our sleeping bags, I couldn't help but feel like we were being watched. I'm not sure what woke me in the middle of the night. Some sound just at the edge of hearing, perhaps, or maybe just that primal instinct that tells you when you're not alone. I lay there, heart pounding, straining my ears in the darkness. That's when I heard it, a scraping sound, like something large moving across the rock face. It was coming from above us. I reached out and shook Jake awake, pressing a finger to my lips to keep him quiet. His eyes widened as he heard it too. The sound was getting closer. We lay there, barely breathing, as something massive descended the cliff face towards our ledge. The scraping was interspersed with a deep, rhythmic breathing that sounded almost, but not quite, human. Just as I thought whatever it was must be right on top of us, the sounds stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence and the sound of my own heart thundering in my ears. Then a sniffing sound, long, deep inhalations, as if something was scenting the air. It was so close I could feel the displacement of air with each breath. I wanted to look, to turn my head and see what was there. But terror kept me frozen in place, eyes squeezed shut, praying that whatever it was would just go away. I don't know how long we lay there, hardly daring to breathe. It felt like hours. Eventually, I heard the scraping sound again, moving away this time. Only when it had faded completely did I finally allow myself to exhale. Jake and I didn't speak. What could we say? We both knew that what we'd experienced defied explanation. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and we fell into a fitful sleep. When dawn broke, painting the mountainside in shades of pink and gold, I almost managed to convince myself it had all been a dream, a hallucination brought on by altitude and anxiety. Then I saw the handprint. It was there on the rock face, just inches from where our heads had been, a perfect imprint in the light frost that had formed overnight. But it was huge, easily twice the size of my own hand. And the shape was all wrong, the fingers too long, the thumb set at an odd angle. Jake saw it too. We stared at it in shocked silence for a long moment. What do you think made that?" he finally asked, his voice shaky. I shook my head, unable to form words, because the truth was I had a suspicion, a crazy, impossible idea that I didn't want to give voice to. We broke camp in record time, our usual methodical routine abandoned in our haste to get off this mountain. As we rappelled down, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. More than once, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and see nothing but empty rock and sky. It wasn't until we were back on solid ground, hiking out to our car, that Jake finally said what we'd both been thinking. "You don't think... it couldn't have been Bigfoot," I finished for him. The word hung in the air between us, equal parts ridiculous and terrifying. "I know how it sounds," Jake said quickly, "but what else could leave a handprint that big? And you heard it, same as me." "That wasn't any animal I've ever encountered," I nodded slowly. "I've heard stories," I admitted, "from other climbers, hikers, things they've seen or heard in these mountains that they can't explain. I always thought they were just campfire tales, but now—" We fell silent, each lost in our own thoughts as we trudged back to civilization. By the time we reached our car, the events of the night almost felt like a dream. Almost. In the years since that climb, I've done a lot of research. I've learned that the Pacific Northwest has a long history of Bigfoot sightings, going back centuries. Native American legends speak of a race of giant, hair-covered beings that inhabit the deepest parts of the forest. Modern accounts describe creatures that are part man, part ape, capable of incredible feats of strength and agility. I've also learned that many of these sightings occur in areas where few humans venture, the kind of remote, rugged terrain that Jake and I were climbing that night. It's made me wonder, what if these creatures, whatever they are, have learned to use the vertical world as easily as we use the horizontal? What if the reason they've remained so elusive is that they're not just hiding in the forests, but in the mountains themselves? I still climb. The mountains are in my blood, and I can't stay away. But now, when I'm on a sheer rock face, bivouacked for the night with nothing but air beneath me, I find myself listening, watching, because I know the truth that most people never learn. We're not alone in the vertical world. There are things out there moving in the night that defy our understanding of what's possible. So if you're ever climbing in the remote peaks of the Cascades, and you hear something moving on the rock face that doesn't sound quite right, don't dismiss it. Don't tell yourself it's just the wind or your imagination. And whatever you do, don't look too closely at the shadows, because sometimes those shadows look back, and what you see might change your understanding of the world forever. I've never told this story publicly before. Who would believe it? But I know what I experienced that night on Mount Baker. I know what I saw in the light of dawn, and I know that somewhere out there in the vast wilderness of the Pacific Northwest, something waits. Something that walks on two legs when it should be on four, that climbs sheer rock faces as easily as we walk on flat ground. Something that watches us, even as we think we're alone in the wild places of the world. And sometimes, just sometimes, it comes close enough to touch. Story 12. The last photo showed something that shouldn't exist. A pale, emaciated figure with antlers crouched over the deer's carcass. In that moment, I knew two things with absolute certainty. I had just captured evidence of a Wendigo on my trail cam, and I was never going hunting in these woods again. My name is John Hawkins, and until last fall, I was just an ordinary guy who loved to hunt. I'd been coming to the same patch of forest in northern Minnesota for years, tracking white-tailed deer through the crisp autumn air. It was my escape from the world, a chance to reconnect with nature and test my skills against the wilderness. I'd set up trail cameras around my favorite hunting spots, partly to track deer movements and partly out of curiosity about what else might be wandering through these woods when I wasn't around. Usually, they captured nothing more exciting than the occasional coyote or raccoon. But on that fateful morning in late October, as I sat in my truck reviewing the night's footage, my whole world turned upside down. The first few images were standard fare. A couple of deer grazing cautiously in the pre-dawn light, alert for any sign of danger. I smiled, noting the impressive rack on one of the bucks. He'd make a fine trophy if I could track him down. Then came the blur of movement. Something large, moving far too fast for the camera to capture clearly. My first thought was maybe a bear, though they weren't common in this area. The next image showed nothing but empty forest, and I felt a flicker of disappointment. Whatever it was had moved out of frame, but it was the final image that stopped my heart. The deer was back, but it wasn't alone. Crouched over its now lifeless body was something. Something that defied description, that shouldn't exist outside of campfire stories and nightmares. It was vaguely humanoid, but stretched and distorted in all the wrong ways. Its limbs were too long, too thin, like bare branches in winter. The skin that stretched over its emaciated frame was a sickly, pale grey, mottled with patches of what looked like fungus or decay. Straggly, matted hair hung in clumps from its misshapen skull, but it was the antlers that really got me. They erupted from its head like a crown of bones, wickedly sharp tines reaching towards the sky, and its face, God, that face! Sunken, glowing eyes above a mouth that was opened far too wide, filled with needle-sharp teeth, stained dark with fresh blood. I sat there, staring at my phone screen for what felt like hours. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It had to be a hoax, right? Some sicko in a costume, playing a twisted prank. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The look in those eyes was too real, too hungry. This was no man in a mask. With shaking hands, I swiped back through the images, trying to find some explanation, some flaw that would expose this as a fake. But there was nothing, just the progression from living deer to that thing. I don't know what made me do it. Fear, probably. Or maybe some instinct for self-preservation kicking in. But before I could really think about it, I'd deleted all the photos. Gone, like they'd never existed. I sat there for a long time after that, engine idling, staring out at the forest I thought I knew so well. It didn't look the same anymore. The trees seemed to loom closer, their shadows deeper and more menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me flinch. Finally, I put the truck in gear and got the hell out of there. I drove straight home, my mind a whirl of conflicting thoughts and emotions. Part of me wanted to call the authorities to report what I'd seen, but what would I tell them? That I'd photographed a mythical creature straight out of Algonquin legend? They'd think I was crazy. Over the next few days, I tried to convince myself it had been a mistake, a trick of the light, maybe, or some glitch in the camera. I even went so far as to research local wildlife, hoping to find some animal that could explain what I'd seen. But nothing came close to the horror I'd captured in that photo. As the days passed, my fear began to give way to a morbid curiosity. I found myself researching Wendigo lore, poring over old legends and modern sightings. The more I read, the more convinced I became that what I'd seen was real. The Wendigo, I learned, was more than just a monster. It was a spirit of hunger, of winter and starvation. Some stories said it was once human, transformed by an act of cannibalism in times of desperate need. Others claimed it was an ancient evil, as old as the forests themselves. But all the stories agreed on one thing: the Wendigo was insatiable. Its hunger could never be satisfied, driving it to stalk the forests, always hunting, always killing, and worst of all, it was intelligent, cunning. It could mimic human voices, luring unsuspecting victims to their doom. A week after my encounter, I made a decision. I had to go back. I had to know for sure. Maybe I'd find some evidence, some trace of the creature's passing that would prove to me I wasn't going crazy. I waited for a clear day, not wanting to risk being caught in the woods after dark. As I drove back to my old hunting spot, I tried to ignore the way my hands shook on the steering wheel, the cold sweat beading on my forehead. The forest was quiet as I made my way to where I'd set up the trail cam. Too quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. It was as if the whole wood was holding its breath. I found the camera right where I'd left it. With trembling fingers, I popped out the memory card and slotted it into my phone. The newest images loaded, and I felt my heart skip a beat. There, in crystal clear detail, was a set of tracks. But these were no deer prints, no bear paws. They were enormous, easily twice the size of my own foot, with long, claw-like toes splayed wide. And they were fresh, the edges still sharp in the soft earth. I looked up from my phone, suddenly acutely aware of how exposed I was. The forest seemed to close in around me, shadows deepening despite the midday sun. And then I heard it, a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my days. It started as a whisper, barely audible over the pounding of my own heart, a voice calling my name. It sounded like my wife at first, then shifted to my daughter's high, childish tones. But there was something wrong about it, a hollowness that sent chills down my spine. "Dad, Daddy, where are you? I'm lost. I'm scared." The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, moving through the trees with unnatural speed, and underneath it all, I could hear something else, a low, rumbling growl that no human throat could produce. I ran. I ran like I've never run before, crashing through the underbrush with no thought for direction or stealth. Behind me, I could hear it giving chase, its inhuman howls mixing with that terrible, mocking imitation of my daughter's voice. I don't know how I made it back to my truck. Luck, maybe, or perhaps the thing was just toying with me. But as I peeled out of there, tires spraying gravel, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror. A pale, skeletal figure at the edge of the trees, antlers silhouetted against the sky, and those eyes, those hungry, glowing eyes, staring right at me. I never went back to those woods, never went hunting again either. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what I'd seen, who would believe me, but I know the truth. I know what's out there, stalking the dark forests of the north. So if you're ever in the deep woods, and you hear a voice calling your name, don't answer, don't follow, because it might not be who you think it is, and by the time you realize your mistake, it'll be too late. The Wendigo is real, and it's always hungry. Story 13. The splash echoed across the river, far too loud for any fish or beaver. As the moonlight caught the silhouette of something massive wading towards our camp, I realized with heart-stopping clarity that we were no longer at the top of the food chain. My name is Mia Rodriguez, and I've been an avid kayaker for over a decade. I've navigated rapids in Colorado, explored the backwaters of the Everglades, and even tackled some of Alaska's wild rivers. But nothing in my experience could have prepared me for what my friends and I encountered on that remote stretch of the Klamath River in Northern California. There were 4 of us on this trip. Me, my longtime paddling buddy Alex, his girlfriend Sarah, and our friend Tom, who was relatively new to multi-day river expeditions. We'd been planning this adventure for months, excited to explore a section of the Klamath known for its pristine wilderness and lack of human development. The first 2 days were everything we'd hoped for. The weather was perfect, sunny but not too hot, with just enough of a breeze to keep the mosquitoes at bay. We navigated challenging rapids by day and camped on secluded sandbars by night, falling asleep to the gentle sound of the river and a sky full of stars. It was on the 3rd night that everything changed. We'd found a perfect campsite, a wide, sandy beach backed by dense forest. As we set up our tents and prepared dinner over a small campfire, the mood was light. We laughed and joked, recounting the day's adventures and looking forward to what the next day might bring. As night fell, we doused the fire and retreated to our tents. I drifted off to sleep easily, lulled by the rhythmic sound of the river. I'm not sure what woke me in the middle of the night, some sound just at the edge of hearing, perhaps, or maybe just that primal instinct that tells you when something isn't right. I lay there in my sleeping bag, heart pounding, straining my ears in the darkness. That's when I heard it, a splash, far too loud to be a fish jumping or a beaver slapping its tail. This was something big entering the water. I unzipped my tent as quietly as I could, peering out into the moonlit night. What I saw made my blood run cold. There, wading across the river towards our camp, was a figure that defied explanation. It was huge, easily 8 or 9 feet tall, with a massive barrel-shaped chest and arms that seemed too long for its body. In the silvery moonlight, I could see that it was covered in thick, shaggy fur. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. A bear, maybe, but no bear I'd ever heard of walked on two legs with such ease, especially not in the middle of a swiftly flowing river. As it reached the shallows near our camp, the creature paused. It turned its head, scanning the beach, and I caught a glimpse of its face. It was disturbingly human-like, with deep-set eyes that seemed to glow in the moonlight. A heavy brow ridge shadowed those eyes, and its nose was wide and flat. Bigfoot. The word popped into my mind unbidden, and once there, I couldn't shake it. I was looking at the legend of the Pacific Northwest made flesh. I must have made some small sound of shock or fear, because the creature's head snapped in my direction. Our eyes met, and in that moment I knew two things with absolute certainty. This being was intelligent, far more so than any animal I'd ever encountered, and it was aware that I was watching it. For a long moment, we stared at each other, frozen in a tableau that seemed to exist outside of time. Then, with a speed that belied its massive size, the creature turned and bounded up the beach towards our camp. I found my voice then, screaming for my friends to wake up. I heard shouts of confusion and fear as the others emerged from their tents, but I couldn't take my eyes off the massive figure now standing at the edge of our campsite. It towered over us, water still streaming from its fur. Up close, I could smell it, a strong, musky odor unlike anything I'd encountered before. Its chest heaved with deep, rasping breaths, and when it opened its mouth, I saw teeth that looked capable of crushing bone. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me. There was an intelligence there, a calculating awareness that went far beyond any normal animal. It was sizing us up, deciding what to do. For a tense moment, no one moved. Then Tom, in a panic, grabbed a burning log from our banked campfire and hurled it at the creature. The effect was instantaneous. The Bigfoot let out a roar that shook me to my core, a sound of raw power and ancient wildness. It swatted the burning log aside as if it were a twig, then lunged forward. We scattered, running in all directions. I sprinted for the kayaks, my only thought to get on the water, to put some distance between myself and this impossible being. Behind me, I could hear the sounds of pursuit, heavy footfalls, and the crack of breaking branches. I reached my kayak and shoved it into the water, scrambling to get in. As I paddled frantically into the current, I looked back. The sight nearly stopped my heart. The creature was standing at the water's edge, massive arms raised above its head. With a strength that defied belief, it picked up one of our other kayaks and hurled it into the river. The boat spiraled through the air before crashing into the water mere feet from me. I paddled harder, fighting the current, desperate to get away. But the Bigfoot made no move to follow. It stood there on the beach, watching me, until the river bent and it disappeared from view. I don't know how long I drifted downriver, too shocked and terrified to do more than keep my kayak from capsizing. When I finally gathered my wits enough to make for shore, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Shaking and exhausted, I pulled my kayak onto a small, rocky beach. It was there that the others found me a few hours later. They'd all managed to escape into the woods, circling back to the camp once they felt it was safe. They'd grabbed what gear they could and set out downriver to find me. We never went back for the rest of our equipment. None of us wanted to risk encountering that creature again. We made our way to the nearest town and reported a bear attack, knowing that the truth would sound too crazy to believe. In the years since that night, I've done a lot of research. I've learned that the Klamath River area has a long history of Bigfoot sightings, going back centuries. Native American legends speak of a race of giant, hair-covered beings that inhabit the deepest parts of the forest. Modern accounts describe creatures that match exactly what we saw that night. I've also learned that many of these sightings occur near water. It's made me wonder, what if these creatures use rivers and streams as highways through their territory? What if our campsite was on some ancient path that we, in our ignorance, had blocked? I still kayak. The rivers are in my blood, and I can't stay away. But now, when I'm on a remote stretch of water and the shadows grow long, I find myself watching the shoreline, listening, because I know the truth that most people never learn. We're not alone in the wilderness. There are things out there, moving in the night, that defy our understanding of what's possible. So if you're ever camping on a lonely riverbank, and you hear a splash that sounds too big to be natural, don't dismiss it. Don't tell yourself it's just your imagination. And whatever you do, don't go to investigate. Because sometimes the monsters from our legends are real, and they're watching us, even as we think we're alone in the wild places of the world. And sometimes, just sometimes, they decide to make their presence known. I've never told this story publicly before. Who would believe it? But I know what I saw that night on the Klamath River. I know what I smelled, what I heard. And I know that somewhere out there, in the vast wilderness of the Pacific Northwest, something waits, something that walks on two legs, that uses rivers as its roads, that watches us with eyes far too knowing to be merely animal. And if you're not careful, you might just meet it face to face. Story 14. There's something primal about a campfire in the woods. The way the flames crackle and dance, sending shadows flickering into the surrounding trees. It makes you feel safe, like nothing can touch you as long as you're within its warm circle of light. But out there, just beyond the edge of the fire's glow, the darkness is alive with things you can't see, things that watch, wait, and listen. That night, we all learned how thin the line is between safety and terror. We were just a group of friends, me, Jake, Carla, and Mike, on a weekend camping trip in the middle of nowhere. It was supposed to be fun, a chance to get away from the stress of work and life. Jake had picked the spot, some isolated area deep in the forest, miles from the nearest road. It was perfect. No cell service, no crowds, just us and the wilderness. The first night went by uneventfully. We roasted marshmallows, swapped old stories, and laughed until we were too tired to keep our eyes open. The second night, though, that was when everything changed. It started out like any other night. We'd built a fire, the flames casting an orange glow over our small clearing. The forest around us seemed peaceful, the tall pines swaying gently in the breeze. The air was cool, crisp, and filled with the earthy scent of the woods. We were relaxed, feeling good. That's when we heard the rustling. It was faint at first, almost like an animal brushing against the undergrowth. We all stopped talking, listening for it to come again. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, probably just a deer or a raccoon, but something about it felt off. It was too close, too deliberate. "There it is again," Carla whispered, her eyes darting to the trees. We all heard it that time. A soft, almost rhythmic rustling, as if something was moving just beyond the fire's light, circling us. Jake, ever the skeptic, shrugged and tossed another log onto the fire. "Relax, it's probably just some animal," he said, trying to sound casual. "We're in the middle of the woods, after all." But none of us could shake the unease creeping into the pit of our stomachs. I scanned the tree line, my heart beating a little faster. The firelight only reached so far, and beyond that, everything was pitch black. The kind of darkness that swallows everything whole. Mike was the first to grab a flashlight. He clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. It sliced through the trees, illuminating branches, leaves, and empty space. For a moment, it was almost a relief. Nothing. There was nothing out there. But then Carla spoke again, her voice tight with fear. "Look." She pointed to the edge of the clearing, where the light barely reached. I followed her gaze, squinting into the shadows, and that's when I saw them, eyes. Dozens of them, reflecting back at us from the darkness, just beyond the edge of the firelight. "Is that—" Mike started, his voice trailing off as the realization hit all of us at once. There were too many eyes, too many for one animal, or even a pack of them. They were spread out, circling us, watching from every angle. The fire crackled and popped, but it felt like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in an instant. "What the hell?" Jake muttered, standing up now, his casual bravado gone. I stood too, my heart hammering in my chest. I had no idea what we were dealing with, but instinctively I felt exposed, vulnerable. The fire suddenly seemed small, inadequate. Whatever was out there, whatever those eyes belonged to, they weren't afraid of us. The rustling came again, louder this time, like something or somethings moving in closer. "Shine the light over there," I whispered, pointing toward where the nearest set of eyes gleamed in the dark. Mike turned his flashlight, the beam sweeping through the trees. For a moment, the light fell on one of the figures. It was big, too big. The body was hunched, humanoid but wrong, with long, twisted limbs and fur that blended into the shadows. Its face was elongated, like a distorted wolf's snout, but with features that were disturbingly human. And the eyes, those glowing, reflective eyes, they locked onto mine for just a second before it vanished into the darkness again, disappearing like smoke. "What the fuck was that?" Carla gasped, her voice shaking. None of us had an answer. "I don't know," Jake whispered, his eyes wide, "but we need to get the hell out of here." We grabbed what we could, dousing the fire with water in a panicked rush. The crackle of the dying flames was drowned out by the increasing rustling in the woods, the sound of movement growing closer and more deliberate. The eyes were still there, watching us, their numbers growing as more and more creatures seemed to emerge from the woods. I felt their presence, like we were being hunted. We packed quickly, adrenaline surging through us. Jake and Mike kept shining their flashlights around, trying to keep the creatures at bay. But every time the beam swept across the tree line, the eyes seemed to vanish, only to reappear in different spots seconds later. They were playing with us, moving in and out of the darkness, never giving us a clear look at what they were. We started walking, no, running, down the trail that led back to the car, our footsteps crunching through the underbrush. The fire was long behind us now, the clearing swallowed by the black forest. I could hear the rustling following us, the soft, padded sound of feet moving in the shadows. They weren't far. "They're following us," Carla hissed, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "Just keep moving," Jake muttered, his voice tight with fear. "We'll make it to the car. Just keep moving." But the further we went, the more I realized something horrible. The trail, it didn't feel right. We had taken this path earlier in the day, but now, in the dark, it seemed to stretch on endlessly. The trees pressed in around us, their branches like skeletal arms, and the air felt colder, denser. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were going in circles, no matter how fast we moved. And then, suddenly, Mike stopped dead in his tracks. "Wait," he said, breathless. "This isn't right. We should have hit the road by now." He was right. It felt like we'd been running for miles, but there was no sign of the parking lot, no sign of the road, just more trees, more darkness. Panic clawed at my chest, and I struggled to keep my breathing under control. They're leading us somewhere," Carla whispered, her voice trembling. "They're not chasing us. They're herding us." I didn't want to believe her, but deep down I knew she was right. Every time we moved, the creatures seemed to guide us, pushing us further into the woods, further away from safety. Suddenly, from behind us, we heard a low growl. It was deep, guttural, and inhuman. We all turned, flashlights shining wildly into the trees. For a moment, I caught a glimpse of one of the creatures, standing just a few yards away, its hulking body barely visible through the thick trees. It was massive, easily over 7 feet tall, its eyes glowing in the dark. Without thinking, I screamed, "Run!" We bolted, sprinting down the trail, our lungs burning, our legs screaming in protest. The growls grew louder behind us, and the rustling of movement became deafening. They were closing in. I could see the edge of the forest up ahead, where the trees thinned out. The road, it had to be close. We pushed harder, our bodies on the verge of collapse, when suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of the creatures break through the trees. It lunged at Mike. The scream that tore from his throat was unlike anything I'd ever heard. He fell hard, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. The creature was on him, its massive, clawed hand pinning him to the ground. He struggled, but it was no use. I saw its mouth, those sharp, glistening teeth, too long and too wide for its face, descend toward him. "Mike!" Jake shouted, running toward him, but it was too late. The sound of tearing flesh filled the air. We didn't wait. We couldn't. The road was ahead, and whatever these things were, they weren't going to stop at Mike. We ran, leaving his screams behind us, leaving him behind. When we finally burst through the tree line and onto the road, I collapsed, my body shaking with exhaustion and terror. Jake and Carla weren't far behind, gasping for breath. The car was still there, sitting in the darkness like a beacon of hope, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I glanced back toward the forest. The creatures had stopped at the edge of the trees, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Watching, waiting, they had let us go. But Mike was gone. And I knew, deep down, they'd be waiting for the next group of campers to wander too far into their woods. Story 15. The woods at night have a way of making you feel small, like you're a part of something ancient and untamable. Out there, away from the city, with nothing but trees and sky above, you realize just how isolated you really are. It's thrilling, in a way, until it isn't. Until you hear something in the darkness that shouldn't be there. Until you realize you're not alone. That's what happened to me and Eric. We had planned this hike for weeks, 2 days in the Cascade Mountains, miles away from the nearest town. No cell service, no interruptions, just us, our gear, and the silence of the forest. We'd done this kind of thing before, but something about this trip was different from the start. The trail was rougher, the trees thicker, and the forest more oppressive than usual. But neither of us said anything about it. We were about a day's hike in when we decided to take a shortcut. It wasn't marked, but Eric had read about it on some hiking forum. It would shave a couple of hours off our trek to the next campsite, and it sounded like a good idea at the time. We veered off the main trail and into the dense woods, the path quickly becoming narrow and overgrown. The trees towered above us, blocking out most of the sunlight. It felt like we were stepping into a different world. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked after a while, trying to keep the doubt out of my voice. Eric glanced at his map and nodded. "Yeah, it should cut through this ridge and meet up with the main trail again. Trust me." I trusted him. Eric had a knack for navigating the wild, always calm, always sure of himself. But as the sun started to dip below the horizon and the light grew dim, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd made a mistake. We walked in silence for another hour, the air growing colder and the shadows stretching longer across the forest floor. Finally, we found a flat clearing surrounded by thick trees and decided to set up camp for the night. We were both exhausted from the hike, and after getting the tent up and starting a small fire, we sat down to eat in silence. The sky above was quickly darkening, the stars barely visible through the canopy of trees. "That shortcut's gonna save us time tomorrow," Eric said, trying to sound optimistic as he poked at the fire with a stick. "We'll be back on the main trail by noon." "Yeah, I hope so," I muttered, staring into the flames, trying to ignore the knot of unease that had settled in my stomach. The forest was quiet, too quiet. No insects, no birds, nothing but the crackle of the fire and our own breathing. I'd spent enough time in the wilderness to know that kind of silence wasn't normal. Something was wrong. Eric must have sensed it too, though he didn't say anything. He kept glancing toward the trees, his brow furrowed. After a while, we both decided to call it a night. We crawled into the tent, zipping ourselves inside, the fire outside casting a faint glow through the fabric. I don't know how long I lay there, staring up at the ceiling of the tent, listening to the sound of my own breathing. I was tired, but sleep wouldn't come. The silence outside felt oppressive, like the forest was holding its breath. And then, just as I was about to drift off, I heard it, a howl. It was distant at first, barely more than a whisper carried on the wind, but it was enough to jolt me fully awake. I lay there, frozen, listening as the sound echoed through the trees. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard before. It was deep, almost human, but distorted, stretched out into something unnatural. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Eric was already sitting up. "Yeah, I heard it." The howl came again, louder this time, closer. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness as I unzipped the tent. Outside, the fire had burned down to embers, casting long shadows across the clearing. The trees loomed over us, their branches twisting in the wind. I swept the flashlight's beam across the clearing, my pulse quickening. The sound of the howl still echoed in my ears, but the forest around us was deathly still. No movement, no sound, just that suffocating silence. Eric stepped out of the tent beside me, his face pale. "We need to get the fire going again." We worked quickly, gathering more wood and throwing it onto the dying flames. The fire crackled back to life, sending sparks up into the night sky. But no amount of light made me feel safer. That howl, it wasn't something fire could keep at bay. "I don't like this, man," I said, glancing nervously toward the tree line. "Whatever that was, it's close." Eric nodded, his usual confidence shaken. "Yeah? Me neither. But it's probably just a wolf or—" The howl cut him off. This time, it was close. Too close. I spun around, pointing my flashlight into the woods, and that's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. A shadow moving between the trees, impossibly tall and broad, its eyes reflecting the light back at me. Two glowing orbs in the darkness. It was standing on two legs, its posture hunched but unmistakably humanoid. But the head, the way it elongated into a snout, the fur covering its body, it wasn't human. It was a wolf. No, a man. No, something worse. "Eric," I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. He turned, his eyes going wide as he saw what I saw. The thing, whatever it was, stood there just beyond the firelight, watching us. Its chest rose and fell with deep, slow breaths, the sound of it rumbling like a growl in the back of its throat. For a moment, none of us moved. The air between us felt thick, charged with the kind of tension you feel right before a predator strikes. "We need to go," Eric whispered, his voice low, controlled, but I could hear the fear creeping into it. I nodded, not taking my eyes off the creature. Slowly, we backed toward the tent, our movements careful, deliberate. My mind raced, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I knew better. Running would make us prey. As we moved, the creature took a step forward. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The firelight flickered across its massive form, and I could see it more clearly now. Its fur was matted, its long arms ending in clawed hands, and those eyes, they gleamed with a terrible intelligence. This wasn't an animal. It was something far worse. Eric grabbed my arm, pulling me back toward the tent. "We have to move." "Now?" But before we could take another step, the creature let out a snarl, deep and guttural, the sound vibrating through the air. It lunged forward, faster than I could have imagined, crashing into the edge of the clearing, just outside the fire's reach. Panic took over. "Run!" Eric shouted, shoving me toward the trail. I didn't need to be told twice. We bolted, leaving everything behind, our gear, the tent, even the fire. My legs burned as we sprinted down the narrow trail, the trees blurring past us in the darkness. Behind us, I could hear the creature crashing through the underbrush, its snarls growing louder, closer. It was chasing us. The trail twisted and turned, branches whipping against my face, but I didn't stop. I could hear Eric's footsteps just ahead of me, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature's growls echoed through the trees, a constant reminder that it was right behind us, closing the distance. "We need to get to higher ground," Eric yelled over his shoulder. I didn't respond. I couldn't. All I could do was run, my lungs burning, my heart pounding in my ears. The trees seemed to press in around us, the darkness swallowing everything except the path directly in front of me. Suddenly, Eric veered off the trail, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly as he scrambled up a rocky incline. I followed, my legs screaming in protest as we climbed higher, away from the trail. The creature's growls faded for a moment, and for the first time I dared to hope that we'd lost it. But then I heard it again, closer this time. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and my heart sank. The creature was there, climbing the rocks with terrifying speed, its claws digging into the earth as it scaled the incline toward us. "Keep moving!" Eric shouted, but I could hear the desperation in his voice. We reached the top of the ridge, panting and gasping for air. The forest stretched out below us, dark and endless. There was nowhere left to run. The creature stopped at the edge of the ridge, just a few yards away. It stood there, watching us, its chest rising and falling with slow, deliberate breaths. It didn't move, didn't snarl. It just stared. And then, without warning, it turned and vanished into the trees, leaving us standing there, shaken and terrified. We didn't speak for a long time, both of us trying to process what had just happened. Finally, Eric broke the silence. "What the hell was that?" I didn't have an answer, and I never will. Story 16. You'd think the ocean would be the last place you'd feel watched. There's something about the endless stretch of sand and water that usually makes you feel small, insignificant, like the world is too big for anything out there to care about you. But that night, on the beach, I felt the eyes on me before I even saw the tracks. We had picked a remote spot, one of those secluded campgrounds along the coast that few people bothered with because it was too far off the main road. I liked it that way. The fewer people around, the better. Just me, the sound of the waves, and a couple of friends enjoying the cool ocean breeze. It was supposed to be a quick weekend getaway, a couple of nights camping in the dunes, some beers, maybe a bonfire. No distractions, no cell service, just the sound of the surf and the wind. Mike, Jesse and I had been planning it for weeks, eager to escape the city. We'd spent the whole afternoon setting up camp, our tents nestled just beyond the dunes where the sand met the edge of the forest. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, we had the fire going, the warmth pushing back the chill of the ocean breeze. It was perfect, or it should have been. The first sign that something was wrong came just as the sun was fading. I was standing on the beach, staring out at the waves, when I noticed something strange. A smell, faint at first, but unmistakable, wet fur. It clung to the air, sour and strong, mixing with the salt of the ocean. I wrinkled my nose, trying to place it. A dead animal, maybe. A seal washed up on shore. But I didn't see anything on the beach except endless sand. "Hey, you smell that?" I asked, turning to Mike and Jess, who were busy gathering driftwood for the fire. Jess shrugged, tossing a piece of wood onto the growing pile. "Smell what?" "Like wet dog or something," I said, inhaling deeply, the scent filling my lungs. Mike glanced at me, then sniffed the air. "I don't smell anything, man. You sure it's not just the seaweed?" I wasn't sure, but the smell lingered, gnawing at the edge of my mind, making me feel uneasy for reasons I couldn't explain. We finished collecting wood and built the fire up nice and strong, the flames crackling and sending sparks up into the night sky. The smell faded as the night wore on, and I chalked it up to my imagination. Maybe it was just the ocean, or maybe something had washed up further down the beach, no big deal. But then the tracks showed up. It must have been around midnight when I wandered away from the fire to take a piss. I headed toward the dunes, the sand cool beneath my bare feet, the wind whipping off the water. The moon was bright, lighting up the beach with a pale glow. That's when I saw them, tracks in the sand. At first, I thought they were just from a dog. People sometimes brought their pets out here, even though it was technically against the rules. But as I got closer, I realized something was off. The tracks were huge, easily twice the size of any dog prints I'd ever seen, and deep, like whatever made them was heavy. I crouched down, running my hand over the indentations. The prints were fresh, the edges crisp in the damp sand, but what struck me most was how far apart they were, as if the thing that made them was standing upright, taking long, deliberate strides. I stood up, scanning the beach for any sign of movement. Nothing, just the sound of the waves crashing against the shore and the distant crackle of the campfire behind me. But that uneasy feeling was back, crawling up my spine, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Something wasn't right. I hurried back to the fire, where Mike and Jess were laughing and swapping stories. They didn't notice the look on my face until I sat down, staring into the flames, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. "You okay?" Jess asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, I'm fine," I lied. "Just weird tracks on the beach." Mike snorted, taking a swig of his beer. "Probably some dog or coyote. They come down here sometimes." "Yeah, maybe," I said, but I didn't believe it. Those prints were too big, too strange. The night dragged on, and eventually Jess and Mike retreated to their tents, leaving me alone by the dying fire. I should have gone to bed too, but something kept me sitting there, staring into the embers, listening to the sound of the ocean. My mind kept drifting back to those tracks, to the smell I'd caught earlier. Wet fur, heavy prints. Something was out there. I heard it before I saw it. A soft, shuffling sound, barely audible over the wind. My heart skipped a beat, and I strained to listen, every muscle in my body tensing. The sound came again, closer this time. Sand shifting, something moving. I grabbed my flashlight and flicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. The light swept over the dunes, the beach, the edge of the forest. Nothing, but the sound was still there, moving, circling. I stood up, every instinct screaming at me to wake Mike and Jess, but something held me back. Fear, maybe, or curiosity. I didn't want to alarm them if it was nothing, but deep down, I knew it wasn't nothing. Slowly, I walked toward the dunes, the flashlight trembling in my hand. The shuffling sound grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't just the wind. Something was out there, and then I saw it. Just beyond the reach of the light, standing at the edge of the dunes, was a figure, tall, hunched, its shape distorted by the shadows. It was covered in thick, matted fur, the color blending into the night. It stood on two legs, like a man, but its limbs were too long, too thin, its posture unnatural. I froze, the flashlight beam wavering as I tried to process what I was seeing. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, reflecting the light like an animal's. My heart hammered in my chest. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. And then, with a low, guttural growl, it took a step forward. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. The creature's movements were slow, deliberate, its eyes never leaving mine. The growl rumbled deep in its chest, vibrating through the air like a warning. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. My feet pounded against the sand as I sprinted toward the tents, the flashlight bouncing wildly in my hand. I could hear the creature behind me, its footsteps heavy and uneven, kicking up sand as it followed. "Mike! Jess!" I yelled, my voice hoarse with panic. Get up now!" They scrambled out of their tents, bleary-eyed and confused, but one look at my face and they knew something was wrong. "What the hell is going on?" Mike demanded, grabbing his jacket. "There's something out there," I gasped, pointing toward the dunes. "We need to go, now." Jess's eyes widened as she glanced toward the beach. "What do you mean, something?" "I don't know," I shouted, my voice cracking, "but it's coming." Without another word, we grabbed our things, throwing them haphazardly into our packs. The sound of heavy breathing and shuffling footsteps grew louder, closer. The creature was stalking us, moving with a slow, terrifying purpose. We didn't bother taking down the tents. We just ran, stumbling through the sand toward the car parked at the edge of the forest. The wind howled, the sound of the waves crashing in my ears, but all I could hear was that thing, its growl, its footsteps. As we reached the car, I risked one last glance over my shoulder. The creature stood at the edge of the dunes, watching us with those glowing eyes, its body half hidden in the shadows. It didn't follow us, but it didn't leave either. It just stood there, waiting. We piled into the car, slamming the doors shut. Mike fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking, and the engine roared to life. We tore out of there, the headlights illuminating the narrow road ahead as we sped away from the beach. None of us spoke for a long time. The silence in the car was suffocating, thick with fear and confusion. "What the hell was that?" Jess finally whispered, her voice trembling. I didn't have an answer, and I'm not sure I ever will. But I'll never forget those eyes, glowing in the dark, watching us as we ran. Whatever it was, it let us go. This time, story 17. I've seen abandoned buildings before, but something about this one felt different the moment we arrived. The ranger station was old, nearly forgotten, hidden deep in a part of the forest no one visits anymore. The kind of place you hear stories about, where things go wrong and people vanish. It had been shut down for over a decade, closed off after a series of unexplained accidents. And now we were the first to return. The forest felt darker as we approached, the trees taller, the air thicker. Everything was too quiet. The normal sounds of the wilderness, birds, insects, the wind through the branches, had vanished, leaving us surrounded by an unnatural stillness. I glanced over at Ethan, my partner for the night shift, and saw the same unease etched on his face. We'd been sent to check out the old station after some campers reported strange noises in the area. It was supposed to be a routine inspection, but the moment I stepped out of the truck and felt the heavy silence pressing in, I knew it was going to be anything but. The station itself was a squat, wooden structure with peeling paint and boarded-up windows, half hidden by the overgrowth that had taken over since it had been abandoned. The roof sagged, and one of the corners had collapsed slightly, like the forest was slowly reclaiming it. I couldn't shake the feeling that the building was watching us, waiting for us to make the first move. "Well," Ethan said, breaking the silence, "looks like a dump. Let's get this over with." He tried to sound casual, but I could hear the tension in his voice. I nodded, grabbing my flashlight and stepping forward, the leaves crunching under my boots as we made our way to the front door. The old wooden door creaked as we pushed it open, the sound echoing through the empty station like a warning. Inside, the air was stale, filled with the smell of mildew and rot. Dust clung to everything, the floor, the walls, the old furniture that had been left behind when the rangers abandoned the place. Papers were scattered across the floor, and the remains of a desk sat in the corner, covered in years of neglect. "Let's check the place out," Ethan muttered, already moving toward the back room. I followed, my flashlight sweeping over the cracked walls and faded signs that used to mark this as a working ranger station. It felt like time had stopped here, like everything had been frozen in place the moment the last ranger left. We split up, Ethan heading toward what used to be the storage room while I stayed in the main office area. My light flickered as I moved through the space, illuminating old maps pinned to the walls and filing cabinets left to rust. Something about the way the light wavered made my stomach turn. And then I saw it. Deep, jagged claw marks on the walls, like something had torn into the wood. They ran from the floor to the ceiling, long gashes that made my skin crawl. I knelt down, running my fingers over them. They were old, but the grooves were deep. Far too deep for any animal native to these woods. My throat tightened as a chill ran down my spine. I stood, shining my light around the room again, this time with more urgency. The claw marks weren't the only sign of damage. The furniture had been overturned, chairs broken, and what looked like deep scratches gouged into the floors as well. "What the hell happened here?" I whispered to myself, though I knew no answer would come. Suddenly, I heard a loud crash from the other room, followed by Ethan cursing. "Ethan!" I shouted, rushing toward the sound, my flashlight bobbing in the darkness as I ran. I found him standing in the doorway of the storage room, pale and shaken. He glanced at me, eyes wide, before motioning toward the far wall with a shaky hand. "Look!" I followed his gaze, and my heart dropped. There was a hole in the wall, a gaping tear that led outside. It was small, but large enough for something to have forced its way in or out. Around the edges of the hole were more of those jagged claw marks. Fresh this time, the wood splintered and raw. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. That wasn't from a bear. Ethan shook his head. No, and whatever did it? It's still around. The realization hit us both at once. We weren't alone. We stood in silence, listening to the stillness around us, but there was nothing. No wind, no animals, just the weight of the forest pressing in on us. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. We needed to get out of there, but something held me back. Curiosity, fear. I wasn't sure, but I felt it pulling at me, keeping me rooted in place. There's something else, Ethan said after a long pause. He knelt down and shined his flashlight at the ground. Blood. I followed his light and saw it. A small, dark stain in the dirt near the hole, just outside the station. It wasn't fresh, but it was enough to make me uneasy. There shouldn't have been any blood here. No one had been to this station in years. Ethan straightened, his face grim. We should call this in. Whatever did this, it's dangerous. I nodded, but before we could move, there was a noise, a low, guttural growl from somewhere outside. My heart stopped. We both froze, turning toward the sound. It was deep, rumbling through the trees like something enormous was circling the station. Then we heard the footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the underbrush. They were heavy, too heavy to belong to any animal I knew. "What the hell is that?" I whispered, gripping my flashlight tighter. Ethan shook his head, backing away from the door. "We need to get out of here, now!" We grabbed our gear and bolted for the truck, the forest around us suddenly alive with the sound of movement. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and I could hear the low growl echoing through the trees again, this time more insistent, more threatening. We reached the truck and threw ourselves inside, slamming the doors shut. Ethan fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking as he tried to start the engine. My heart raced, my eyes glued to the edge of the forest, where the trees swayed in the wind. Or was it something moving between them? Finally, the engine roared to life, and we tore down the dirt road, the tires kicking up dust as we sped away from the station. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something chasing us, but there was nothing, just darkness and trees. We didn't speak for a long time. The silence in the truck was thick with tension, both of us trying to process what had just happened. "What was that?" Ethan finally asked, his voice shaky. "I don't know," I replied, my own voice barely above a whisper. "But it wasn't an animal. Not any animal we know." We drove for what felt like hours, the forest growing denser around us as we made our way back to the main road. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in the trees made my pulse quicken, but nothing came after us. Whatever had been out there had let us go. When we finally reached the ranger station back in town, we both sat in the truck for a moment, neither of us wanting to go inside and explain what we'd seen. Because how could we? How do you explain something that shouldn't exist? We reported the damage, the claw marks, the blood, but we left out the growls, the footsteps. We told them it was probably a bear, maybe a pack of wolves, something natural. But I knew the truth. We both did. Something is out there, something that tore into that station and watched us from the shadows. And whatever it is, it's still waiting in those woods, watching, listening, waiting for the next person to wander too close. We never went back. Story 18. The deeper you go into the forest, the less it belongs to you. That's something I've always believed. You start at the trailhead, and everything feels familiar. The sun shines through the trees, birds chirp, and the trail is clear. But as you push farther, past the places most hikers go, the forest changes. It becomes wilder, darker, like it's reclaiming itself. And the deeper you go, the more you realize you don't belong here. That's exactly how I felt the day I stumbled into the clearing. I was out in the Pacific Northwest, hiking alone like I often did. I'd been walking for hours, my legs burning from the incline, but I didn't care. I was chasing the quiet, the isolation that only the deep woods can offer. I needed to get away from everything, work, life, people. Out here, it was just me and the trees. I was off trail, of course. I'd left the main path miles back, cutting through the thick underbrush, my boots crunching over dead leaves and fallen branches. The further I went, the more the forest closed in around me, the trees standing taller, the air cooler. There were no sounds, no animals, no wind, just the steady rhythm of my breath and the occasional snap of a twig beneath my feet. I should have been more careful. I should have turned back when I realized how far off I'd gone, but I didn't. Instead, I kept going, and that's when I found the nest. It wasn't obvious at first. I was just pushing through another thicket of ferns when I saw it out of the corner of my eye. A massive structure, half hidden by the trees. I stopped in my tracks, blinking at the sheer size of it. It was like a giant bird's nest, but much too big for any bird. The thing was made of branches and leaves, woven together in a way that looked deliberate, almost intelligent. It sat there, towering over me, nestled between two massive pines. I couldn't move at first. My brain was scrambling to process what I was looking at. The nest was at least 10 feet wide, maybe more, and easily 6 feet tall. It looked old, like it had been there for years, but there were fresh branches too, as if something, or someone, had been maintaining it. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. This wasn't normal. No animal I knew of could build something like this, and the thought of some person out here, living this deep in the forest, made my skin crawl. Still, curiosity got the better of me. I moved closer, my boots sinking into the soft, damp earth. My heart pounded in my chest, the silence around me suddenly feeling oppressive, heavy. The air smelled musty, a mix of wet leaves and something else, something animalistic, almost like wet fur. I squatted down near the base of the nest, running my fingers over the edges of the woven branches. They were thick, sturdy, pulled from trees that had to be nearby. This thing had been built with care. I glanced around, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Nothing. The forest was eerily still. I stood up, about to turn and leave, when something caught my eye, something inside the nest. I leaned in, squinting at the pile of leaves and debris that filled the interior, and then I saw it. Bones. Small ones at first. Birds, maybe. But as I looked closer, I realized there were larger ones too. Deer, judging by the size of the skull. They were scattered haphazardly, some half buried in the dirt, others gnawed on and cracked open. My stomach churned. This wasn't just a nest, it was a feeding ground. I backed away, my mind racing. I had to get out of there. I didn't know what lived in that nest, but whatever it was big, and it was dangerous. I turned to leave, and that's when I heard it, a low, rumbling growl from somewhere behind me. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. The sound was deep, primal, vibrating through the air like a warning. Slowly, I turned my head, scanning the trees. At first I saw nothing, just the same dense wall of pines and underbrush. But then, through the shadows, I saw movement. Something was watching me. It was standing at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by the trees. Tall, taller than any animal should be. Its fur was dark, almost blending in with the shadows. But its eyes, they were unmistakable. Yellow, glowing faintly in the dim light, locked onto me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. Sasquatch, Bigfoot. I didn't care what you called it. It was real, and it was right in front of me. I didn't move. I couldn't. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, but I knew better. Running would make me prey. My hands trembled as I clutched my backpack, my legs weak beneath me. The creature took a step forward, its massive foot sinking into the earth with a soft thud. Another low growl rumbled from its chest, vibrating the air between us. It didn't charge. It didn't need to. The message was clear. I was in its territory. For what felt like an eternity, we stood there, staring at each other. The creature didn't move any closer, but it didn't back down either. Its eyes flicked to the nest, then back to me, as if it was sizing me up, deciding whether I was a threat or a meal. Finally, I forced myself to move, slowly, carefully. I took a step back, then another. The creature watched me, its body tensing, but it didn't follow. I kept my movements slow, deliberate, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could hear it. Step by step, I backed out of the clearing, never taking my eyes off the thing. The moment I was far enough away, I turned and walked as fast as I could without breaking into a sprint. The underbrush snagged at my legs, branches scratching my arms, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. As I reached the edge of the dense trees, I dared a glance over my shoulder. It was still there, standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me. Its eyes glinted in the fading light, but it made no move to follow. It just stood there, like a sentinel guarding its territory. I turned and kept walking, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps as I navigated my way back through the forest. The trees seemed to close in around me, the silence now suffocating. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent my heart racing, convinced the creature was following me. But when I looked back, the forest was empty. It wasn't until I saw the familiar markers of the main trail that I let myself breathe again. My legs were shaking, my body drenched in sweat despite the cool air. I had never felt such raw fear in my life, the kind that sinks into your bones and stays there long after the danger has passed. I stumbled back onto the trail, the wide, open path feeling like salvation. I glanced over my shoulder one last time, half expecting to see those yellow eyes watching me from the shadows. But the forest was still, the way it had been before, as if nothing had happened. I walked the rest of the way back to my truck in silence, my mind replaying the encounter over and over again. I kept telling myself it couldn't be real, that I hadn't just seen what I thought I did. But the image of that nest, those bones, and those eyes wouldn't leave my mind. I reached the truck just as the sun was starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the dirt road. I threw my gear into the back, climbed into the driver's seat, and sat there for a long moment, gripping the steering wheel with shaking hands. I had been out there for hours, miles off trail, deep in the wilderness where few people ever go. I had gone looking for isolation, for solitude. I found something else, something that was never meant to be found. And as I drove away, the forest closing in behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just been warned. That creature had let me go, but it had made one thing clear. The deeper you go into the forest, the less it belongs to you. And I was never going back. Story 19. The desert has a way of getting under your skin. The endless expanse of sand, the scorching heat by day, and the biting cold at night. It's easy to lose yourself out there, especially when the sun sets and the world turns dark. The stars blanket the sky in a way you never see in the city, stretching endlessly above, making you feel like you're the only person left on the planet. And yet, in that emptiness, you can't shake the feeling that you're not alone. That was the first thing I noticed when we set up camp, how vast and quiet everything felt. Like we had stepped into a world forgotten by time. It was supposed to be a fun weekend trip, me, my wife Emily, and our 8-year-old son, Noah. We'd planned it for weeks. A family camping trip out in the New Mexico desert, miles from civilization. We had an RV packed with supplies, enough food for days, and a sense of excitement that came with leaving the city behind. Noah couldn't wait. He'd been bouncing off the walls, thrilled to explore the desert, hunt for lizards, and sit around a campfire telling ghost stories. We pulled up to the campsite late in the afternoon. It was one of those spots marked on the map but rarely used, with only a few faded signs pointing the way. As we parked the RV near a rocky outcrop, the sun was already dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows over the desert. The air was cool, and the wind had started to pick up, whistling through the rocks. Noah jumped out of the RV the moment we stopped, running toward the sand dunes with all the energy of a kid who'd been cooped up in a car for hours. Emily smiled, shaking her head as she stepped down and stretched. "Let him run," she said. "He's been waiting for this all week." I smiled too, but something about the place made me uneasy. The silence was too heavy, the wind too sharp. I chalked it up to being tired from the drive and shrugged it off. We got to work setting up camp. Emily unpacking the chairs and coolers, while I started a small fire for later. The sun was a fiery orange by then, sinking below the horizon, and the desert around us began to shift into darkness. That's when I heard it. At first, it was just a sound on the wind. Something faint, barely audible over the whistling air, but it was there, an odd, distant wailing. It didn't sound like an animal, not exactly. It was more like a moan, long and drawn out, almost human. I stopped what I was doing, turning my head to listen more closely, but the wind swallowed it up before I could make sense of it. "What's up?" Emily asked, noticing the look on my face. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice low. She frowned, pausing for a moment. The wind gusted again, carrying nothing but the sound of sand scraping over the rocks. "Hear what?" I shook my head. "I don't know. Probably just the wind." Emily gave me a look but didn't press it. We went back to setting up, and by the time the sun was fully gone and the stars were out, I'd almost forgotten about the noise. Almost. Noah came back from his explorations as the temperature dropped, his face flushed with excitement. "Dad, I found these cool tracks over by the rocks," he exclaimed, running up to me with a handful of sand. "Like big ones, bigger than any animal I've ever seen." "Probably a coyote," I said, ruffling his hair. "They leave all kinds of tracks out here." Noah shook his head, wide-eyed. "No, these are way bigger. You should come see them tomorrow." I smiled, but the knot in my stomach tightened. There was something in the air that night, something I couldn't quite place. As the fire crackled and the sky turned a deep indigo, we settled into our usual camping routine. Hot dogs roasted over the flames, Noah giggling as Emily teased him about ghost stories, and the three of us sharing easy laughter in the stillness of the desert night. But that stillness, it felt wrong. It was too quiet, even for the desert. No rustling of nocturnal creatures, no distant howls from coyotes, just the wind, sharp and constant, and that sense of something watching us from the dark. We turned in early, the fire dying down to embers as we climbed into the RV for the night. Noah was asleep within minutes, his tiny snores filling the small space as Emily and I settled into our bed. I don't know how long I lay there, staring up at the ceiling before the sound came again, that wailing moan carried on the wind. This time it was louder, more distinct. It was almost like a voice, like someone or something was calling out from the desert. The sound sent a chill through me, even under the blankets. "Emily," I whispered, nudging her awake. "Do you hear that?" She mumbled something and rolled over, but the moment she focused, her eyes opened wide. We lay there, both of us listening. The wailing came again, long and mournful, and this time it wasn't just the wind. It was closer now, coming from just outside the RV. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice shaky. "I don't know," I replied, already pulling myself out of bed and reaching for the flashlight. "Stay with Noah." "I'm going to check it out." Emily grabbed my arm. "Don't, it could be—" "I'll be fine. Lock the door behind me." I didn't wait for her to argue. I stepped outside, the cold air hitting me like a slap in the face. The wind had picked up even more, whipping through the dunes, making the sand swirl around in little spirals. My flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the rocky outcrop, the sand stretching out in every direction like an empty ocean. And then I saw it. Standing at the edge of the rocks was a figure, tall, gaunt, and pale. Its skin stretched tight over long, bony limbs. It was humanoid, but its proportions were all wrong. Its arms too long, its back hunched in a way that made my stomach turn. And its face, God, its face was twisted, hollow eyes staring out at me with an emptiness that sent every instinct screaming to run. It was just standing there, watching me. The wind picked up again, and the creature's mouth opened wide, letting out that same wailing moan I had heard earlier. It echoed across the desert, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I took a step back, my hand tightening around the flashlight as my breath came in short gasps. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, staring at this thing. But then, as quickly as it appeared, it began to move, slowly, its limbs dragging, its head twitching with each step. It wasn't walking, it was stalking, its movements deliberate, like a predator closing in on prey. I backed toward the RV, my heart hammering in my chest. My mind was racing, every thought screaming at me to get inside, to lock the doors, to get my family and run. But my legs felt like they were moving through sand, each step harder than the last. The creature's wail came again, closer now, more urgent, as if it were calling for something, calling for me. I made it to the RV, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it. My breath came in ragged gasps, and Emily was already by my side, her face pale. "What did you see?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," I replied, shaking, "but we need to leave. Now." We didn't waste any time. Emily grabbed Noah, still fast asleep, and we threw everything into the RV as fast as we could. I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see that thing at the edge of the campfire, waiting. But the desert was empty, silent again, like it had swallowed up whatever had been out there. Within minutes, we were on the road, the headlights cutting through the darkness as we sped away from the campsite. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly my knuckles were white, my heart still racing. As we drove, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time, and for just a second I saw it, standing in the distance, at the edge of the dunes, watching us, its hollow eyes never leaving the RV until we were gone. We never went back to that spot, never spoke of what happened, but even now, sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I can still hear that wailing, drifting on the wind, calling for me. Story 20. The thing about Alaska is, it's not just the cold that gets to you. It's the isolation. Out there in the wilderness, everything feels a little sharper, a little more dangerous. There's no noise but the wind, no light but the stars and moon. And if something goes wrong, you're on your own. No one's coming to help. That's why I was nervous the night I saw it for the first time. I'd been on this trip for a week, hiking through the Alaskan backcountry on my own. I loved the solitude, the challenge of navigating the rugged landscape. But that night, something felt different, off. The air was colder than usual, the sky darker, and the silence, it was so thick it pressed down on me, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I'd set up camp at the edge of a dense forest, right where the trees met a long, snow-covered valley. The fire crackled softly, sending sparks up into the freezing night air. The moon hung low, casting long silver shadows across the snow. I was huddled by the fire, the heat barely cutting through the chill, when I heard it, a howl. I'd heard wolves before, but this wasn't a wolf. It was deeper, more guttural, like something bigger. It echoed across the valley, sending a shiver down my spine, and then faded into the night, leaving the forest even quieter than before. I sat up straighter, my eyes scanning the tree line. Nothing, just the shadows of the trees swaying in the faint wind. But my gut told me something was wrong. I wasn't alone out there, trying to shake it off. I added another log to the fire, pulling my jacket tighter around me. I told myself it was just a coyote, maybe a wolf, and that I was letting the isolation get to me. But as the minutes passed, that uneasy feeling grew, gnawing at the back of my mind like a warning I couldn't ignore. Another howl, closer this time. I grabbed my flashlight and stood, shining the beam toward the trees. The light bounced off the snow, illuminating the twisted branches and gnarled trunks, but there was nothing there. Just the trees, standing silent and still. And then I saw them, footprints, huge ones, deep in the snow, leading away from the forest and out into the valley. They were spaced far apart, too far for any animal I knew of. My heart pounded in my chest as I moved closer, my breath coming out in short, frosty bursts. The prints were massive, easily twice the size of my boot, and had an odd shape to them. Not like a bear's, not like any animal I'd ever seen. More like a man's, but wrong. The toes were long, the indentations sharp, like claws had dug into the snow with each step. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. Whatever made these tracks was big, and it was close. The wind shifted then, carrying a faint smell, musky, almost rotten, like wet fur that hadn't been cleaned in months. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something was out there, watching me. I could feel it. I backed away from the footprints, keeping the flashlight trained on the valley, but no matter where I looked, there was nothing, just the empty snow stretching out before me and the oppressive weight of the dark forest behind. I went back to the fire, sitting close enough to feel the flames lick my face. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was just the wilderness playing tricks on me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The way the air felt heavy, the way the shadows seemed to move just out of sight, like the forest was alive, watching me. I don't know how long I sat there, staring into the flames, before the footsteps started. Soft at first, like something was moving slowly through the snow just beyond the light of the fire. I froze, listening, my heart pounding in my ears. The footsteps grew louder, closer, crunching through the snow with deliberate, heavy steps. Whatever it was big. I could hear the weight in each step, feel the ground tremble slightly beneath me. I grabbed my rifle, my hands shaking as I raised it toward the sound. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely steady. The fire crackled, but there was no other response. Just the sound of those heavy footsteps, closing in. I swung the flashlight toward the noise, my breath catching in my throat. At first, I didn't see anything. But then, just at the edge of the trees, something moved. It was tall, towering over the snow-covered ground, its body hunched and covered in thick, matted fur. For a moment I thought it was a bear, an enormous one, but then it stood up on two legs, straightening to its full height. It was easily over 7 feet tall. Maybe more, with long arms that hung down almost to its knees. Its eyes glinted in the moonlight. 2 yellow orbs locked on me with an unsettling intelligence. My blood ran cold. The creature let out a low, rumbling growl, the sound vibrating through the air and into my chest. It didn't move any closer, just stood there, watching me. Its breath came in slow, heavy puffs, visible in the cold night air. For a moment, we stared at each other, the fire crackling between us. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. My mind raced with questions, but no answers came. This thing, it wasn't human, but it wasn't an animal either. It was something else, something ancient, something I shouldn't have seen. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature turned and lumbered back into the trees, disappearing into the shadows. The footsteps faded into the distance, swallowed by the silence of the forest. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire, my rifle in my lap, listening to every sound, every whisper of wind through the trees, waiting for it to come back. But it never did. The next morning, the footprints were still there, leading away from my camp and into the valley. I followed them for a while, my breath visible in the cold air, but they eventually faded, disappearing into the snow. I packed up camp that morning and started back towards civilization, my mind racing the entire hike. I couldn't stop thinking about those yellow eyes, the way they had locked onto mine with such intensity, as if the creature was deciding what to do with me. It could have killed me. It was strong enough, fast enough, but it didn't. As I hiked out of the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that it had let me go, like it had been curious but not threatened. Maybe I wasn't worth the effort, or maybe it was just toying with me, letting me think I was safe when, in reality, I was still very much in danger. When I finally made it back to town, I told myself I wouldn't speak about what I saw. No one would believe me anyway. Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever people wanted to call it. They'd laugh it off, call it a bear sighting or a trick of the light. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a wolf. It wasn't anything that should have been out there, stalking the Alaskan wilderness. It was something else, something ancient, something that knew those woods far better than I ever would, and I was never going back. Story 21. I never believed in monsters. Not until that day on Mount Rainier, when the mist parted and I came face to face with something that shouldn't exist. Now, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, even in the safety of my own home. But let me start at the beginning. It was supposed to be a simple day hike. I'd done the Skyline Trail dozens of times, but never this late in the season. The autumn chill had already settled in, and a thick fog clung to the mountainside, giving everything an eerie, otherworldly feel. I should have turned back when I lost sight of the trail markers, but stubbornness has always been my downfall. I'd been hiking for about 3 hours when I realized I was completely turned around. The fog was so dense I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. Every tree, every rock formation looked the same. I tried to retrace my steps, but it was useless. The more I walked, the more lost I became. As the day wore on, the temperature dropped. The sweat on my back turned cold, and I could see my breath hanging in the air. I knew I had to find my way back to the visitor center before nightfall, or I'd be in real trouble. That's when I heard it, a sound that still haunts my dreams. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Not a bear, not a cougar, not any animal I could identify. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing off the rocks and trees. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I knew that would be a death sentence. Instead, I slowly turned in a circle, straining my eyes to see through the mist, and then, for just a moment, the fog parted. What I saw in that clearing will stay with me for the rest of my life. It was massive, at least 8 feet tall, standing on 2 legs like a man, but covered in thick, matted fur. Its arms were long, almost reaching the ground, ending in hands with wicked-looking claws. But it was the face that truly terrified me, a twisted mixture of human and animal features, with a protruding snout and gleaming yellow eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. Our gazes locked, and in that instant, I knew it saw me too. Those eyes held an intelligence that sent chills down my spine. This wasn't some mindless beast. There was something calculating, almost human, in its stare. The mist closed in again, obscuring the creature from view. But I could hear it moving, heavy footsteps crunching on the rocky ground. It was circling me, staying just out of sight in the fog. I don't know how long I stood there, paralyzed with fear. It could have been minutes or hours. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the legends of the Pacific Northwest that I'd always scoffed at suddenly seemed all too real. A twig snapped to my left and I whirled around. Nothing but swirling mist. Another sound behind me, and I spun again. It was toying with me, I realized. Like a cat playing with its prey before going in for the kill. I knew I couldn't stay there. Sooner or later, it would make its move. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone, praying for a signal. Nothing. Of course not. I was on my own. Taking a deep breath, I picked a direction and started walking. I tried to move quietly, but every step seemed impossibly loud in the eerie silence of the fog-shrouded forest. I could still hear it out there, always just at the edge of my perception. A rustle of leaves here, a low growl there. The light was fading fast now, the fog taking on a greyish hue as dusk approached. I quickened my pace, no longer caring about stealth. I had to find my way back to civilization before darkness fell completely. That's when I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a howl, but not like any wolf or coyote I'd ever heard. It started low, almost subsonic, before rising to a piercing shriek that seemed to shake the very air around me. And it was close, too close. I ran. All thoughts of caution or finding the trail forgotten. I just ran blindly through the mist. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me with every step, but I didn't slow down. I could hear it behind me now, crashing through the underbrush. It was chasing me. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. I burst through a thicket and found myself in a small clearing, and there, like a beacon of hope, I saw a familiar trail marker. I was back on the Skyline Trail. Relief flooded through me, giving me a second wind. I sprinted down the path, praying it would lead me back to safety. The sounds of pursuit faded, but I didn't dare look back. As I rounded a bend, I nearly cried with joy. There in the distance, I could see the lights of the Paradise Visitor Center. I was almost there. I staggered into the parking lot, gasping for breath. A park ranger saw me and rushed over, asking if I was all right. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. How could I describe what I'd seen? In the end, I told them I'd gotten lost in the fog. They scolded me for hiking alone so late in the day, but I barely heard them. My mind was still up on that mountain, reliving those terrifying moments. As they drove me back to my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced out the window, back towards the misty slopes of Mount Rainier. For a split second, I thought I saw a dark figure standing at the tree line, those glowing yellow eyes fixed on me. But then we turned a corner, and it was gone. It's been 3 months since that day, and I haven't set foot on a hiking trail since. My friends think I'm crazy, that the stress of getting lost caused me to hallucinate. Maybe they're right. God, I hope they're right. But sometimes, late at night, I hear sounds outside my window. Heavy breathing, the scrape of claws on wood. And when I work up the courage to look, I catch a glimpse of something moving in the shadows. Something big. I try to tell myself it's just my imagination, that I'm safe here in the city. But deep down, I know the truth. Whatever I encountered on that mountain, it followed me home, and it's waiting, watching, biding its time. I don't know what it wants, or why it's fixated on me. All I know is that sooner or later, it's going to make its move, and when it does, I pray I'll be ready. For now, all I can do is wait and wonder, what exactly was that creature on the mountain? And more importantly, are there more of them out there? One thing's for certain. I'll never look at the wilderness the same way again. The forests and mountains I once found so peaceful now feel like hunting grounds, and we, thinking we're at the top of the food chain, are nothing but prey to the monsters lurking in the mist. So the next time you're out in nature and you feel like something's watching you, trust that instinct, because you never know what might be hiding just out of sight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As for me, I'll be here, with my doors locked and my curtains drawn, listening for any sign that my pursuer has finally decided to close in. And if you hear about a mysterious disappearance in the Seattle area, well, you'll know what really happened. Just remember, not all legends are fiction. Some monsters are very, very real. And once they've got your scent, they never give up the chase. Story 22. I've been a park ranger for 15 years, and I thought I'd seen it all. But nothing in my training could have prepared me for what I encountered in the depths of Glacier National Park. It started with reports of strange howls echoing through the valleys. It ended with me questioning everything I thought I knew about the natural world. The first reports came in early October. Hikers described eerie, otherworldly sounds coming from the most remote areas of the park. At first, we dismissed them as exaggerated accounts of normal wildlife. Wolves, maybe or even the wind playing tricks. But as the reports kept coming, all describing the same bone-chilling howls, we knew we had to investigate. I volunteered to lead the expedition. Looking back, I wonder if it was curiosity or hubris that drove me. Either way, I set out on a crisp autumn morning, my backpack loaded with supplies and trail cameras. The plan was simple: hike to the area where the sounds were most frequently reported, set up surveillance, and gather evidence of whatever was causing the disturbance. The first 2 days were uneventful. I hiked deep into the backcountry, far beyond where most tourists ever venture. The scenery was breathtaking: towering pines, crystal-clear streams, and rugged mountain peaks. But there was also an undercurrent of tension in the air, a feeling that something wasn't quite right. On the third night, I heard it. I was setting up camp when a sound cut through the stillness of the forest. It started low, almost like the moan of the wind, but quickly rose to a piercing shriek that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't a wolf. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I'd ever heard before. I scrambled for my radio. But of course, there was no signal this far out. I was on my own. My hands shook as I fumbled with my flashlight, scanning the tree line. The beam of light seemed pathetically inadequate against the vast darkness of the wilderness. The howl came again, closer this time. It seemed to reverberate through my very bones. I retreated to my tent, zipping myself in as if the thin fabric could offer any real protection. Sleep was impossible. I lay awake all night, listening to those unearthly cries echoing through the valleys. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted but determined. I needed evidence. After a quick breakfast, I set out to place my trail cameras. I chose locations carefully, clearings with good sight lines, game trails, anywhere this creature might pass. As I worked, I noticed something odd. The forest was eerily quiet. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels, not even the buzz of insects. It was as if every living thing was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then I saw the claw marks. They were on a massive pine tree, gouged deep into the bark. But they were all wrong, too high for a bear, even if it had stood on its hind legs. The spacing was off too, more like a hand than a paw, and they were fresh. My mouth went dry. Whatever had made those marks was big, and it was close. I hurried to finish setting up the cameras, constantly looking over my shoulder. The silence of the forest seemed oppressive now, broken only by the crunch of leaves under my boots and my own ragged breathing. As the day wore on, I found more signs. Tufts of coarse, dark fur caught on branches, tracks that looked almost human, but far too large and with the hint of claws at the toes, and everywhere that overwhelming sense of being watched. Night fell all too quickly. I made camp in a small clearing, building my fire larger than usual. Its warmth and light offered little comfort against the encroaching darkness. The howls started just after midnight. They were closer than ever, coming from all around me. Whatever was out there, there was more than one, and they were coordinating, calling to each other, closing in. I sat by the fire, my rifle across my lap, straining my eyes against the darkness. The shadows seemed to move and shift, playing tricks on my mind. Was that a branch swaying in the wind, or something more sinister? A twig snapped in the darkness. I whirled around, heart pounding, and there, just at the edge of the firelight, I saw it. It was enormous, at least 7 feet tall, standing upright on 2 legs. But this was no bear. Its body was covered in shaggy dark fur, but its proportions were all wrong. Too lean, too human. Its arms were long, ending in hands with wickedly curved claws, but it was the face that truly terrified me. It was a nightmarish blend of wolf and man, with a long snout full of gleaming teeth and eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. Our gazes locked, and in that moment I knew I was looking at something that shouldn't exist, something that blurred the line between man and beast, between reality and legend. It let out a low growl, and I saw others moving in the shadows behind it. My finger tightened on the trigger of my rifle, but I knew it would be useless against these creatures. There were too many, and they were too fast, too strong. Just as I thought it was over, when I was sure they would charge and tear me to pieces, something strange happened. The leader, for that's what I assumed it was, tilted its head, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Then, with one last soul-piercing look at me, it turned and melted back into the forest. The others followed, their howls fading into the distance. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I broke camp at first light and hiked out of there as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the ranger station. My colleagues found me babbling about monsters and glowing eyes. They assumed I'd gotten spooked by ordinary wildlife, maybe mixed with a little sleep deprivation. But I know what I saw, and I have proof, the trail cameras. In my panic to escape, I'd completely forgotten about them. A team was sent to retrieve them a few days later. Most of the footage was useless, static shots of empty forest. But there was one image, blurry and dark, that showed a tall bipedal figure moving through a clearing. Not clear enough to convince the skeptics, but enough to haunt my dreams. I've requested a transfer to a different park. I can't go back there. Not after what I've seen, but I can't stop thinking about those creatures. What are they? Where did they come from? And why did they let me go? Sometimes, on quiet nights, I think I hear howling in the distance. It's probably just the wind or my imagination playing tricks on me. But a part of me wonders, did they follow me? Are they out there, watching, waiting? I don't have answers, only questions. But I know one thing for certain. There are things in this world that defy explanation. Creatures that lurk in the shadows of our so-called civilized world. And once you've seen them, you can never unsee them. So the next time you're in the wilderness and you hear a strange howl in the night, ask yourself, is it just the wind? Or is it something more? Something ancient? Something primal? Something that reminds us that we're not as far removed from our prehistoric past as we'd like to believe. As for me, I'll stick to the well-traveled paths from now on. But a part of me will always be back in those dark woods, staring into the eyes of a creature that shouldn't exist, wondering what other secrets the wilderness holds. And if you ever find yourself alone in the backcountry, hearing sounds you can't explain, feeling eyes upon you, don't dismiss it, don't try to rationalize it away, because sometimes the monsters are real, and they're closer than you think. Story 23. I used to love winter camping. The serene beauty of snow-covered landscapes, the crisp air, the absolute stillness of nature in hibernation. But after what happened in the Uinta Mountains last January, I can't look at a snowy forest without feeling a chill that has nothing to do with the temperature. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. Just me and 3 of my closest friends, Mike, Sarah, and Tom, escaping the city for some adventure in the wilderness. We'd done plenty of summer camping trips together, but this was our first time braving the winter conditions. We were prepared, or so we thought, with our cold weather gear and survival training. The first sign that something was off came as we were setting up camp. We'd hiked about 5 miles into the backcountry, far from any marked trails or other campers. As I was driving a tent stake into the frozen ground, I noticed something strange in the snow just beyond our campsite. "Hey guys," I called out, "come look at this." The others gathered around, their breaths forming small clouds in the frigid air. There, clearly visible in the pristine snow, was a set of tracks. But these weren't the familiar prints of deer or elk. These were huge, easily twice the size of my own boot print, and oddly shaped, like a bare human foot, but with subtle differences that sent a shiver down my spine. "What do you think made those?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mike, always the skeptic, tried to laugh it off. Probably just some other hikers. Maybe they took their boots off for some crazy reason. But I could see the doubt in his eyes. These tracks were fresh, and we hadn't seen any other signs of human activity for miles. Tom, who'd always been interested in cryptozoology, voiced what we were all thinking. "You don't think it could be, Bigfoot or something?" We all chuckled nervously, but the laughter died quickly. The tracks led into the dense forest surrounding our campsite, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. Let's just finish setting up camp," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "It's probably nothing." But as we worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of wind through the pines made me jump. As night fell, the temperature dropped dramatically. We huddled around our campfire, sharing stories and trying to forget about the strange tracks. But there was an undercurrent of tension, a sense that something wasn't right. We turned in early, exhausted from the day's hike. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, listening to the wind howling outside our tent. Despite my unease, I eventually drifted off to sleep. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up. The tent was pitch black, but something had roused me from my slumber. I lay still, straining my ears. And then I heard it, the distinct crunch of footsteps in snow, circling our campsite. My heart began to race. I wanted to believe it was just one of my friends getting up to use the bathroom, But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. The footsteps were too heavy, too deliberate. I reached out and shook Mike awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He was instantly alert, nodding silently. We woke Sarah and Tom, all of us huddled together in the darkness, hardly daring to breathe. The footsteps continued, sometimes fading into the distance, sometimes coming terrifyingly close to our tent. And then, cutting through the night, we heard a sound that turned my blood to ice, a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Sarah stifled a scream, burying her face in Tom's shoulder. Mike fumbled for his flashlight, but I grabbed his wrist, shaking my head. Whatever was out there, I didn't want to attract its attention. We sat in terrified silence for what felt like hours, listening to the creature moving around our camp. Occasionally, we'd hear the sound of something being moved or overturned. It was going through our supplies. Finally, as the first grey light of dawn began to seep through the tent walls, the noises stopped. We waited another hour before any of us dared to move. When we finally emerged from the tent, the scene that greeted us was one of controlled chaos. Our backpacks had been opened, their contents strewn across the snow. The cooler where we'd stored our food was nowhere to be seen. But it was the tracks that truly terrified us. They were everywhere, circling our tents, weaving between the trees. And they were unmistakably the same as the ones we'd seen the day before, huge, humanoid prints in the snow. "We need to get out of here," Tom said, his voice shaking. "Now!" No one argued. We hastily packed what remained of our gear, not bothering to properly break down the campsite. As we shouldered our packs, I noticed something that made my stomach lurch. A clump of coarse, dark hair snagged on a low-hanging branch. It was like no animal fur I'd ever seen before. We set off at a brisk pace, following our tracks from the day before. The forest seemed different now, menacing. Every shadow held a potential threat, every sound a warning. We'd been hiking for about an hour when Sarah suddenly stopped. "Wait," she said, her face pale. "Where's Mike?" We looked around in confusion. There were only 3 of us. Mike, who had been bringing up the rear, was gone. He was right behind me," Tom said, his voice rising in panic. "I swear he was just here a minute ago." We called his name, our voices echoing through the silent forest. There was no response. "We have to go back for him," Sarah insisted, but the fear in her eyes betrayed her reluctance. We stood there, indecisive, the weight of the situation crushing down on us. Go back and risk whatever had taken Mike, or press on and leave our friend behind. In the end, survival instinct won out. We continued on, our pace now frantic, constantly looking over our shoulders. Mike's absence was like a physical weight, a reminder of the unknown terror that lurked in these woods. It was late afternoon by the time we reached the trailhead where we'd parked our car. We drove straight to the ranger station, babbling our story to the bewildered park officials. They organized a search party for Mike, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. Another group of campers spooked by wildlife, they probably thought. But I know what we experienced was no ordinary animal. The tracks, the sounds, the feeling of being hunted, it was something else entirely. Something that shouldn't exist in our rational, modern world. They never found Mike. The official report cited him as missing, presumed dead from exposure or animal attack. But we know the truth, even if we can't bring ourselves to say it out loud. It's been months since that terrifying night, and I still wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I hear those heavy footsteps outside my bedroom window. I've tried to convince myself it was all a stress-induced hallucination, a trick of the mind brought on by the harsh winter conditions. But then I remember the tracks in the snow, the inhuman growl in the darkness, and the look of pure terror on Mike's face just before he disappeared. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that there are things in this world that defy explanation. I don't go camping anymore. The wilderness has lost its allure, tainted by the memory of what lurks in its shadows. But sometimes, on cold winter nights when the wind howls outside, I find myself wondering about what's out there, and I realized that perhaps our ancestors, huddled around their fires and telling stories of monsters in the dark, knew more than we give them credit for. So the next time you're in the woods and you feel that prickle on the back of your neck, that sense that something's watching you, don't ignore it, because sometimes the monsters are real, and they're closer than you think. As for me, I'll stick to the safety of the city, but a part of me will always be back in those snowy mountains, listening to the sound of inhuman footsteps circling in the night, wondering what might emerge from the darkness. Story 24. I've always believed that a picture is worth 1,000 words, but after what happened in the forests of Olympic National Park, I realized some images are better left uncaptured. What I saw through my camera lens that day has haunted me ever since, turning my passion into a source of nightmares. As a wildlife photographer, I'd spent years honing my craft, patiently waiting in blinds for the perfect shot. I'd captured everything from majestic elk to elusive mountain lions, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered on that fateful autumn day. I'd heard rumors of unusual animal activity in a remote area of the park. Hikers reported strange noises, and there were whispers of large, unidentifiable creatures moving through the underbrush. As a skeptic and a professional, I saw it as an opportunity for some unique shots. Maybe a bear behaving oddly, or a cougar venturing closer to hiking trails than usual. Whatever it was, I was determined to document it. I set out at dawn, my backpack loaded with camera gear and enough supplies for a 3-day stay. The hike was grueling, taking me deep into parts of the park rarely visited by tourists. By late afternoon, I'd reached my destination, a small clearing surrounded by dense, old-growth forest. I set up my blind with practiced efficiency. It was a camouflaged, tent-like structure designed to conceal me while allowing for clear shots through strategic openings. As the sun began to set, I settled in for a long night of waiting, my camera at the ready. Hours passed uneventfully. The forest was alive with its usual nighttime sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But as midnight approached, an eerie silence fell over the woods. It was as if every creature was holding its breath, waiting for something. That's when I heard it, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Not a bear, not a cougar, not any animal I could identify. The sound sent chills down my spine, but my photographer's instinct took over. I raised my camera, ready to capture whatever might appear. At first, I saw nothing through my viewfinder, just darkness and the vague outlines of trees. Then, something moved at the edge of the clearing. I adjusted my focus, my heart pounding in my chest. What came into view nearly made me drop my camera. It was large, easily 7 or 8 feet tall, moving on 2 legs like a man. But this was no human. Its body was covered in thick, matted fur, and its proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, shoulders too broad. As it turned its head, I caught a glimpse of its face in the moonlight. It was a nightmarish blend of human and animal features, with a protruding snout and eyes that seemed to glow with an inner light. My finger pressed the shutter button almost involuntarily, the camera's soft click sounding impossibly loud in the stillness of the night. The creature's head snapped in my direction, those glowing eyes seeming to stare directly into my soul. For a moment, we were locked in a silent standoff, me hidden in my blind, the creature standing motionless at the edge of the clearing. Then, with a speed that belied its size, it charged straight towards me. I abandoned all pretense of stealth, scrambling out of the blind in a panic. My camera hung forgotten around my neck as I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping at my face. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the underbrush with inhuman speed. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the face of pure terror. Eventually, I found myself at the base of a steep cliff, with nowhere else to go. I started to climb, my hands scrabbling for purchase on the rocky face. About halfway up, I made the mistake of looking down. The creature stood at the base of the cliff, those eerie eyes fixed on me. It made no move to follow, but somehow that was even more terrifying. It was waiting, knowing I had nowhere to go. I clung to that cliffside all night, too afraid to climb down, too exhausted to go up. As the first light of dawn broke over the treetops, I finally worked up the courage to look down again. The creature was gone, vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. On shaking legs, I made my way down the cliff and began the long trek back to civilization. My mind raced the entire time, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Bigfoot, some unknown species, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and isolation. None of the explanations seemed to fit. It wasn't until I got home and developed my photos that the full impact of what had happened hit me. Most of the shots were blurry, useless, the product of my panicked flight. But one image stood out with terrifying clarity. There, in the center of the frame, was the creature. Every detail I remembered was captured in high definition. The matted fur, the inhuman proportions, those haunting eyes. I sat staring at that photo for hours, my worldview crumbling around me. Everything I thought I knew about the natural world, about what was and wasn't possible, had been turned upside down in a single night. I haven't shown the photo to anyone who would believe me. I'd be labeled a fraud, my career ruined. Sometimes I wonder if that would be better than carrying this secret, this knowledge that there are things out there beyond our understanding. In the months since that night, I've pored over every book, every website I could find about cryptids and unexplained phenomena. I've connected with others who claim to have had similar encounters. Some are clearly hoaxes or delusions, but others make me wonder just how much we don't know about the world around us. I don't go into the deep woods anymore. My photography these days is limited to cityscapes and carefully controlled nature preserves. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Sometimes, when I'm editing photos late at night, I swear I can hear that low, rumbling growl echoing from the shadows of my own home. The rational part of my mind says it's just trauma, just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then I look at that photo, hidden away in a locked drawer, and I know the truth. There are creatures out there that defy explanation, things that lurk just beyond the edge of our perception. I often wonder why it let me go. Was it merely curious? Did it see the camera and understand on some level what I was doing? Or was it toying with me, enjoying the chase and the fear it inspired? These questions haunt me, keeping me awake at night. I find myself obsessively checking and rechecking the locks on my doors and windows, as if mere barriers could stop something like that if it decided to come for me. My friends have noticed the change in me. They attribute it to stress, to spending too much time alone in the wilderness. If only they knew the truth. But how can I explain something I barely understand myself? Sometimes I'm tempted to destroy the photo, to try and pretend that night never happened, but I can't bring myself to do it. It's evidence, proof that I'm not crazy, that what I saw was real, so I keep it hidden away. A secret that both terrifies and fascinates me. And I wonder how many others out there have similar stories, similar pieces of evidence that they're too afraid to share with the world. To anyone reading this who might have experienced something similar, you're not alone. There are things in this world that science can't explain, creatures that shouldn't exist but do. Be careful out there in the wild places. And if you hear a strange sound in the night, if you feel eyes watching you from the darkness, trust your instincts. Run, hide, do whatever you need to do to survive, because sometimes the monsters are real. And they're watching us through the lens of our own ignorance, waiting for the moment when we let our guard down. As for me, I'll keep searching for answers, even as I hope I never encounter that creature again. Because once you've seen behind the veil, once you know what's really out there, you can never truly go back to the comfort of disbelief. So the next time you're looking through a camera viewfinder, remember my story. And ask yourself, are you really ready for what you might see? Story 25. I've spent my entire life in the outdoors, hiking trails from the Appalachians to the Rockies. I thought I'd seen it all, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered in the depths of the northern Maine woods. It was supposed to be a routine weekend hike. Instead, it became a nightmare that still haunts my dreams. The trouble began on the second day of our trip. My hiking partner, Jake Ash, and I had ventured far off the beaten path, eager to explore a remote area rumored to be rich in wildlife. We'd been trekking for hours through dense forest when we stumbled upon a clearing that stopped us dead in our tracks. The stench hit us first, a sickening mix of rotting meat and something else, something indescribably foul. As we stepped into the clearing, the source of the odor became horrifyingly clear. Strewn across the forest floor were the remains of at least a dozen deer, their carcasses in various states of decay. "What the hell?" Jake whispered, his face pale. I'd seen animal kills before, but nothing like this. These weren't the clean kills of natural predators. The deer looked like they'd been torn apart, chunks of flesh ripped away with savage force. Some were missing limbs, others had been gutted, their entrails spread across the leaf litter. "We should go," I said, fighting the urge to vomit. Whatever did this could still be around. But as we turned to leave, movement at the far edge of the clearing caught my eye. I raised my hand, signaling Jake to freeze. There, crouched over the freshest kill, was a figure that defied explanation. At first glance, it looked almost human, bipedal, with a vaguely humanoid shape. But as it raised its head, sniffing the air, I realized with growing horror that this was no person. Its body was emaciated, skin stretched tight over protruding bones, but corded with lean muscle. Patchy fur covered parts of its grey skin, and its hands ended in long, wickedly curved claws. But it was the creature's head that truly terrified me. Atop its elongated skull sprouted a pair of antlers, like those of a massive buck, but twisted and malformed. Its face was a nightmarish blend of human and animal features, with sunken, glowing eyes and a mouth full of needle-sharp teeth. Time seemed to stand still as we stared at the monster, and it stared back at us. In that moment, I felt like prey for the first time in my life. This wasn't just an animal. There was an intelligence in those eyes, a cold, calculating hunger that chilled me to my core. The spell was broken when Jake, his voice shaking, whispered, "What is that thing?" The creature's head snapped towards the sound, its nostrils flaring, and then it moved. I'd never seen anything move so fast. 1 second it was across the clearing. The next it was barely 10 feet away, rising to its full height, easily 8 feet tall. "Run!" I screamed, shoving Jake towards the tree line. We crashed through the underbrush, blind panic driving us forward. I could hear it behind us, branches snapping as it gave chase. The forest that had seemed so familiar now felt alien and hostile, every shadow potentially concealing another monster. Jake stumbled, crying out in pain. I turned to see him sprawled on the ground, his ankle twisted at an unnatural angle. The creature was closing in fast, its antlers silhouetted against the dimming sky. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I grabbed Jake's arm, hauling him to his feet. "Come on!" I yelled, half dragging him as we continued our desperate flight. We stumbled upon an old, gnarled oak tree, its trunk split to form a narrow cavity. Without thinking, I shoved Jake into the gap, squeezing in after him. It was a tight fit, bark scraping our skin as we pressed ourselves as far back as possible. Seconds later, the creature burst into view. It circled the tree, sniffing the air, those terrible eyes scanning the forest. I held my breath, certain that at any moment it would discover our hiding place. But after what felt like an eternity, the monster loped off into the gathering darkness, its form melting into the shadows of the forest. We stayed in that tree hollow all night, too terrified to move. Every sound, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the wind, sent fresh waves of panic through us. It wasn't until the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy that we dared to emerge. Jake's ankle was swollen and painful, but adrenaline numbed the worst of it as we made our way back to civilization. We moved as quickly and quietly as possible, constantly looking over our shoulders, expecting at any moment to see those antlers, those hungry eyes. When we finally reached the ranger station, our story was met with skepticism. They attributed our experience to an overly aggressive bear, perhaps one diseased or starving. The rangers organized a search of the area, but found nothing. No mangled deer, no signs of our monstrous stalker. In the months since that day, I've struggled to make sense of what we encountered. I've researched cryptids and folklore, trying to find anything that matches what we saw. The closest I've come is the legend of the Wendigo, a cannibalistic spirit of Native American lore, often depicted with antlers and an insatiable hunger. But knowing its name, if that's even what it was, brings little comfort. The memory of those dead eyes, that emaciated body crowned with twisted antlers, still jolts me awake at night in a cold sweat. Jake refuses to talk about what happened. He's given up hiking altogether, preferring the safety of city life. Sometimes I envy his ability to shut it out, to try and forget. But I can't forget. The encounter has changed me, altered my perception of the world in fundamental ways. The forests I once found so welcoming now feel sinister, hiding untold dangers behind every tree. I still hike, still venture into the wilderness. But now I go armed, not just with supplies and emergency gear, but with the knowledge that there are things out there beyond our understanding. Things that lurk in the shadows, waiting for unwary travelers to stumble into their domain. Sometimes, when I'm deep in the backcountry and the sun starts to set, I think I hear something moving in the underbrush, a twig snapping underfoot, the rustle of leaves, a low, guttural sound that might be the wind, or might be something else entirely. In those moments, I'm transported back to that clearing, the stench of death in my nostrils, those glowing eyes fixed upon me, and I wonder, is it out there still, roaming the wilderness? Are there more like it, creatures that defy scientific explanation, that blur the line between reality and nightmare? I don't have answers, only questions that gnaw at me like hunger. But I know one thing for certain: the world is bigger, stranger, and far more dangerous than most people realize. So the next time you're in the woods and you feel that prickle on the back of your neck, that sense of being watched, don't ignore it. It might just save your life, because sometimes the monsters of legend are real, and they're always hungry. As for me, I'll keep exploring, keep searching for answers. But I'll never forget the lesson I learned in those Maine woods. In the wild places of the world, we humans are not the apex predators we like to believe we are. We're just another link in the food chain, potential prey for things that shouldn't exist, but do. And somewhere out there, in the deepest, darkest parts of the forest, something with antlers and hunger in its eyes is waiting, always waiting, for its next feast. Story 26. The distress call crackled through our radio at 2:17 a.m., shattering the quiet of the night shift. Little did I know that answering it would plunge us into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I've been with search and rescue for over a decade, and I thought I'd seen it all. Lost hikers, injured climbers, even the occasional animal attack. But nothing in my training could have prepared me for what we encountered in the depths of the Pisgah National Forest that night. It started like any other call. A lone hiker, a man in his 30s, had veered off the trail and become disoriented. Standard procedure. We assembled our team quickly, myself, 2 other experienced SAR members, and a local guide who knew the area well. The forest was pitch black as we set out, our headlamps cutting thin beams through the darkness. The air was thick with mist, muffling our footsteps and creating eerie shadows that seemed to move at the edge of our vision. We found the hiker's last known location easily enough, a small clearing about 5 miles from the nearest marked trail, but what we discovered there made my blood run cold. The clearing looked like a scene from a horror movie. The hiker's backpack lay torn to shreds, its contents scattered across the forest floor. Deep gouges marred the trunks of the surrounding trees, as if something massive had been sharpening its claws. But it was the footprints that truly terrified me. They were enormous, easily twice the size of my own boot, and shaped like no animal print I'd ever seen. They looked almost human, but distorted, with long, claw-like impressions at the toes. "What the hell could have done this?" whispered Mike, one of my team members, his voice shaking. I shook my head, at a loss for words. In all my years in these woods, I'd never seen anything like it. Our guide, a grizzled old hunter named Bill, bent down to examine the prints more closely. "I've heard stories," he muttered, more to himself than to us. "Old legends about something that lives deep in these mountains. Something that ain't natural." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. I was about to press him for more information when a sound cut through the stillness of the forest, a scream, distant but unmistakable, filled with terror and pain. We moved instantly, years of training kicking in despite our fear. We headed in the direction of the cry, our pace quickening with each step. The terrain became rougher, forcing us to climb over fallen logs and navigate around dense thickets. As we pressed on, I became aware of a change in the forest around us. The normal nighttime sounds, the hoot of owls, the rustle of small animals, had disappeared. An unnatural silence had fallen, broken only by our labored breathing and the crunch of leaves under our boots. The screams came again, closer now, but different. They no longer sounded entirely human. There was a guttural, animalistic quality to them that sent shivers down my spine. We burst through a tangle of bushes into another clearing, and the scene that greeted us will stay with me until the day I die. The missing hiker was there, or what was left of him. His body lay broken and twisted in ways that defied anatomy, limbs bent at impossible angles. But he was still alive, his chest rising and falling in ragged gasps. And crouched over him, illuminated by our headlamps, was a creature straight out of a nightmare. It was huge, easily 7 or 8 feet tall, with a body that seemed to be a horrific blend of human and animal characteristics. Matted fur covered its emaciated frame, and its hands ended in long, curved claws that dripped with blood. But it was the face that truly terrified me. A twisted, elongated snout filled with needle-sharp teeth, and eyes that glowed with an unholy amber light. For a moment, we all stood frozen, our minds struggling to process what we were seeing. Then the creature's head snapped up, those terrible eyes locking onto us. It let out a scream that sounded like a mix between a mountain lion's roar and a human's shriek of rage. "Run!" I yelled, my training finally overcoming my paralysis. "Back to the trail, now!" We turned and fled, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for stealth or direction. I could hear it behind us, branches snapping as it gave chase. The sound of its pursuit drove us to speeds I didn't know we were capable of, fear lending wings to our feet. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the face of sheer terror. But eventually, mercifully, we burst out onto a marked trail. We didn't stop running until we reached our vehicles, piling in and speeding away from the forest as fast as we could. It wasn't until we were miles away, the lights of civilization finally visible, that we dared to slow down and try to process what had happened. The official report, of course, makes no mention of what we really saw that night. It cites a bear attack, tragic but not unheard of in these parts. The hiker's body was never recovered, chalked up to scavenging animals and the unforgiving terrain. But I know the truth. We all do, those of us who were there. We saw something that shouldn't exist, something that defies explanation, and the knowledge of its existence has changed me in ways I'm still struggling to understand. I still work search and rescue. I can't bring myself to quit, to leave others to face what might be out there. But now, every time I enter the forest, I'm acutely aware of the shadows, of what might be lurking just out of sight. I've spent countless hours researching, trying to find any information on what we encountered. The closest I've come are old Native American legends about skinwalkers or wendigos, malevolent spirits that take on monstrous forms. But even these don't quite match what we saw. Sometimes late at night when the world is quiet, I swear I can hear those inhuman screams echoing in the distance. It's probably just my imagination, my mind playing tricks on me. At least, that's what I tell myself. But deep down, I know the truth. There are things in this world that we can't explain. Creatures that lurk in the dark places beyond the reach of civilization. And once you've seen them, once you know they're real, you can never go back to the comfort of ignorance. So I keep doing my job, keep venturing into the wilderness to help those in need. But now I go armed with more than just supplies and medical gear. I carry the knowledge that monsters are real and the determination to never again be caught unprepared. To those reading this who might find themselves in the backcountry, I offer this advice. Be careful, be aware. And if you hear strange noises in the night, if you feel eyes watching you from the darkness, trust your instincts. Run, hide, do whatever you need to do to survive. Because sometimes the things we dismiss as campfire stories and urban legends are all too real, and they're hungry. As for me, I'll keep searching for answers, even as I hope I never again encounter what we saw that night. Because once you've glimpsed behind the veil of reality, you can never truly unsee it. So the next time you're in the wilderness and you feel that prickle on the back of your neck, that sense of being watched, don't ignore it. It might just save your life. Because in the darkest parts of the forest, where the shadows grow deep and the silence is unnatural, something is waiting, always waiting, and it knows we're out there. Story 27. I've always loved camping, but after what happened in the Adirondacks last summer, I'm not sure I'll ever sleep in a tent again. What started as a peaceful getaway with friends turned into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. It's a story I've been hesitant to share for fear of being labeled crazy or worse, but I feel it's time to speak out, to warn others of what might be lurking in the wilderness. There were 4 of us on the trip. Me, my best friend Sarah, her boyfriend Mike, and our mutual friend Tom. We'd been planning this excursion for months, eager to escape the city and immerse ourselves in nature. We chose a remote spot, miles from the nearest marked campground, wanting to experience true wilderness. The first day was perfect. We hiked deep into the forest, set up our tents in a small clearing near a bubbling stream, and spent the evening around the campfire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. As night fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. It was peaceful, serene, everything we'd hoped for. It was the middle of the night when things took a turn for the terrifying. I was jolted awake by the sound of something large moving around our campsite. At first, I thought it might be a bear raiding our food supply. We'd been careful to hang our cooler from a tree, but bears are clever and persistent when they smell food. I nudged Sarah awake, putting a finger to my lips to signal her to be quiet. We listened intently, trying to gauge where the intruder was and what it might be doing. The sounds were odd, not the shuffling and snuffling I'd expect from a bear, but something more deliberate. Gathering our courage, we unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. What I saw in the pale moonlight made my blood run cold. Our campsite looked like it had been hit by a whirlwind. The cooler was on the ground, its contents strewn about. Our backpacks had been upended, their contents scattered. But it was the footprints that truly terrified me. They were enormous, easily twice the size of my own foot, and shaped like no animal print I'd ever seen. They looked almost human, but distorted, with odd indentations that hinted at claws or talons. "What the hell?" Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. Before I could respond, a twig snapped loudly at the edge of our campsite. We both turned towards the sound, and that's when I saw it. A dark, massive shape moving just beyond the tree line. It was hard to make out details in the dim light, but I could swear it was walking on 2 legs, its movements eerily human-like despite its monstrous size. Sarah must have seen it too, because she let out a small, strangled cry of fear. The creature's head snapped in our direction, and I caught a glimpse of eyes reflecting the moonlight, eyes that were far too high off the ground to belong to any normal animal. "Get Mike and Tom!" I hissed, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "We need to get out of here, now." The next few minutes were a blur of frantic activity. We woke the guys, trying to convey the urgency of the situation without raising our voices. They were groggy and confused at first, but the fear in our eyes and the destruction of our campsite quickly sobered them. We grabbed what we could, a flashlight, a water bottle, a jacket, and abandoned the rest. Our plan, if you could call it that, was to make it back to the trail and then to our car as quickly and quietly as possible. We'd only made it a few yards into the forest when we heard it, a sound that I can only describe as a cross between a roar and a scream, filled with rage and hunger. It was close, too close, and it spurred us into a panicked run. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. I could hear it behind us, moving with a speed that seemed impossible for something so large. Every few seconds, another one of those terrible screams would pierce the night, driving us to run faster than I thought possible. In our panic, we quickly became disoriented. The forest that had seemed so welcoming during the day was now a maze of shadows and hidden dangers. More than once, we had to backtrack after reaching impassable terrain, each detour bringing us closer to whatever was pursuing us. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we burst into a small clearing, and there, illuminated by the moonlight, was something that stopped us dead in our tracks. It was a structure of some kind, crude but unmistakably intentional. Large branches had been woven together to form a sort of shelter, big enough to house something much larger than a human. Around it were scattered bones, deer mostly, but some that looked disturbingly human-like. "Oh, God," Mike whispered, his face pale in the moonlight. "What is this place?" Before anyone could answer, we heard the creature crashing through the forest behind us. We had no choice but to keep moving, giving the strange structure a wide berth as we plunged back into the woods. The rest of the night was a blur of terror and exhaustion. We ran until our legs gave out, then stumbled on, always with the sound of pursuit close behind. Sometimes it seemed to fade into the distance, only to suddenly sound much closer, as if it was toying with us. It wasn't until the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees that the sounds of pursuit finally faded away. We found ourselves on the edge of a logging road, miles from where we'd started, but mercifully close to civilization. We flagged down a passing truck, probably looking like wild people with our torn clothes and wide, frightened eyes. The driver, a kind older man, listened to our stammered explanation about getting lost in the woods and drove us back to our car without asking too many questions. In the harsh light of day, it was tempting to dismiss what we'd experienced as some sort of shared delusion brought on by fear and exhaustion. But the memory of those footprints, of that unnatural scream, was too vivid to deny. We reported the incident to the park rangers, of course. They listened politely but skeptically, attributing our experience to an encounter with a bear or mountain lion, possibly rabid or unusually aggressive. They sent out a team to investigate our campsite, but found nothing out of the ordinary. No massive footprints, no strange structures in the forest. It was as if the whole thing had never happened, but I know what I saw, what we all saw. In the months since that night, I've done extensive research, trying to find any information on similar encounters. I've found a few scattered reports, whispered stories of giant, bipedal creatures in remote forests across the country. Some call it Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Others have more sinister names: Wendigo, Skinwalker. Whatever it was, the encounter has changed me. I still love nature, still feel the call of the wilderness. But now, I go prepared, armed with knowledge and a healthy respect for the unknown, because I know now that there are things out there beyond our understanding, creatures that lurk in the shadows of our world. To anyone reading this who might be planning a camping trip, I offer this advice: be careful, be aware of your surroundings, and if you wake in the night to strange sounds, if you find your campsite ransacked by something that leaves impossible footprints, don't hesitate. Run. Get back to civilization as fast as you can, because sometimes the monsters of legend are real, and they're hungry. As for me, I'll keep searching for answers, even as I hope I never again encounter whatever it was that stalked us that night. Because once you've seen behind the veil of reality, you can never go back to blissful ignorance. So, the next time you're in the woods and you feel that prickle on the back of your neck, that sense of being watched, trust your instincts. It might just save your life. Because in the deepest, darkest parts of the forest, something is waiting, always waiting, and it knows we're out there. Story 28. I've been a fisherman all my life, but what I saw on that misty morning on Lake Champlain has made me question everything I thought I knew about the natural world. It was supposed to be a simple solo fishing trip, a chance to clear my head and enjoy the solitude. Instead, it became an encounter with something that shouldn't exist, something that still haunts my dreams. The day started like any other fishing excursion. I launched my small boat before dawn, the cool autumn air nipping at my face as I navigated through the early morning mist. Lake Champlain was like a mirror, perfectly still, reflecting the pale pink sky as the sun began to rise. I'd been out on the water for a couple of hours, enjoying the peace and quiet, when I decided to try my luck in a secluded cove I'd discovered on a previous trip. It was surrounded by dense forest, the trees coming right down to the water's edge. As I guided my boat into the cove, the mist seemed to thicken, obscuring the shoreline and giving everything an ethereal, almost otherworldly quality. I cut the engine, letting the boat drift silently. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of water against the hull and the occasional call of a distant bird. It was tranquil, almost hypnotic. I cast my line, watching it arc through the air before disappearing beneath the glassy surface with barely a ripple. Time seemed to stand still in that cove. I'm not sure how long I sat there, lost in the meditative rhythm of casting and reeling. But suddenly, something changed. It was subtle at first, a shift in the air, a feeling of unease that crept over me like a cold shadow. I scanned the shoreline, trying to pinpoint the source of my discomfort. That's when I saw it, a disturbance in the water near the edge of the cove. At first, I thought it might be a deer coming down to drink, but as I watched, I realized with growing horror that what was emerging from the water was far too large to be any deer. It rose slowly, water cascading off its massive form. In the misty half-light, it was hard to make out details, but what I could see chilled me to my core. It was enormous, easily 7 or 8 feet tall, with a body covered in dark, matted fur. But it wasn't a bear or any other animal I recognized. It was standing upright on 2 legs, its posture unmistakably humanoid. I held my breath, frozen in place, as the creature fully emerged from the lake. Its arms were long, almost reaching the ground, ending in hands with wickedly curved claws. But it was the face that truly terrified me, a blend of human and animal features with a protruding snout and eyes that seemed to glow with an inner light. For a moment, it stood there at the water's edge, seemingly unaware of my presence. Then it turned its head, those glowing eyes locking onto me. In that instant, I knew with absolute certainty that I was no longer the predator here. I was prey. Time seemed to stand still as we stared at each other across the water. I could see intelligence in those eyes, a cold, calculating awareness that was far more terrifying than any mindless beast. This thing, whatever it was thinking, planning. The spell was broken when it let out a roar that shook the very air around me. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before. Not quite animal, not quite human, but filled with unmistakable rage and hunger. Panic seized me. I scrambled for the starter, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the cord. The creature was moving now, entering the water with purposeful strides, heading straight for my boat. The engine sputtered once, twice, refusing to catch. The creature was halfway across the cove now, moving with impossible speed through the water. I could see its eyes, fixed on me with predatory intensity, growing larger by the second. Just as I thought it was over, that this nightmare creature would reach me before I could escape, the engine roared to life. I gunned it, the sudden acceleration nearly throwing me from the boat. I didn't dare look back, focusing all my attention on navigating out of the cove and into the open lake. The sound of pursuit faded as I raced across the water, but the terror stayed with me. It wasn't until I reached the marina, my hands cramped from gripping the steering wheel so tightly, that I allowed myself to believe I had escaped. Of course, I reported what I'd seen to the authorities. They listened politely but skeptically, attributing my experience to a trick of the light, maybe a bear standing up in the shallows. They sent out a search team but found nothing, no tracks, no signs of any large creature in the area. In the months since that day, I've struggled to make sense of what I saw. I've researched cryptids and local legends, trying to find anything that matches the creature I encountered. The closest I've come are old stories about a monster in Lake Champlain. Champ, they call it, like some kind of aquatic Bigfoot. But what I saw was no plesiosaur or oversized fish. It was something else entirely. Something that straddled the line between man and beast in a way that defies explanation. I haven't been fishing since that day. The thought of being out on the water, vulnerable and alone, brings back the terror of that moment in vivid detail. I've tried to convince myself it was just a hallucination, a waking nightmare brought on by too many hours in the sun. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see those glowing eyes staring at me across the misty water. I wonder if it's still out there, lurking in the depths of Lake Champlain, waiting for another unsuspecting victim to venture into its territory. I've debated whether to share this story. Who would believe me? Most would dismiss it as the ravings of a madman or an attention seeker. But I feel compelled to warn others, to let them know that there are things in this world beyond our understanding. To anyone reading this who might be planning a trip to Lake Champlain or any remote body of water, be careful. Be aware of your surroundings, and if you feel that prickle on the back of your neck, that sense of being watched, trust your instincts. Get to shore as quickly as you can, because sometimes the monsters of legend are real, and they're hungry. As for me, I'm left with more questions than answers. What was that creature? Are there more like it? And why did it let me go? Was it simply not fast enough to catch my boat? Or was there some other reason it didn't pursue me into open water? These questions haunt me, keeping me awake at night. I find myself obsessively checking news reports from the Lake Champlain area, both dreading and hoping to see some confirmation of what I experienced. I know one thing for certain. I'll never look at a lake the same way again. What once seemed peaceful and inviting now feels like a veil, hiding untold dangers beneath its placid surface. So the next time you're out on the water and you see a strange ripple, hear an unnatural sound, or feel those unseen eyes upon you, don't dismiss it. Remember my story, because in the depths of our lakes and forests, in the places we think we've tamed and understood, there are things beyond our comprehension, and they're watching us, always watching, waiting for the moment when we let our guard down. As for me, I'll keep searching for answers, even as I hope I never again encounter that creature from the lake. Because once you've seen behind the veil of reality, you can never truly go back to the comfort of ignorance. The world is bigger, stranger, and far more dangerous than most people realize. And sometimes, the line between predator and prey is thinner than we'd like to believe. Story 29. I've been a forest ranger for over 2 decades, but nothing in my training could have prepared me for what I discovered in that hidden valley. It was supposed to be a routine investigation into illegal logging activity. Instead, it became a journey into the heart of an ancient mystery that has shaken my understanding of the natural world to its core. The call came in on a crisp autumn morning. A hiker had reported seeing heavy machinery in a remote area of the national forest, well outside any authorized logging zones. As the senior ranger on duty, I volunteered to check it out. It should have been a simple task. locate the site, document the damage, and report back. But from the moment I stepped into that valley, nothing was simple anymore. I'd been hiking for hours, following the GPS coordinates provided by the hiker. The terrain was rough, far more challenging than I'd anticipated. Dense undergrowth tore at my clothes, and the canopy overhead was so thick that my GPS signal kept cutting out. More than once, I considered turning back, but something drove me forward, a nagging sense that I was on the verge of discovering something important. It was late afternoon when I finally broke through into a clearing. I stood there, mouth agape, trying to process what I was seeing. There was no sign of logging equipment or any human activity. Instead, spread out before me was a valley that looked like it had never been touched by modern civilization. Ancient trees, far larger than any I'd seen in this part of the forest, stood like silent sentinels. The ground was carpeted with moss so thick it felt like walking on pillows. But it was the stillness that really got to me. No bird calls, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush. It was as if the whole valley was holding its breath. As I moved deeper into the valley, I noticed something odd about the trees. Many of them were twisted in unnatural ways, their trunks and branches forming shapes that seemed almost deliberate. It was as if they had been molded by some unseen force, shaped into crude representations of something. I couldn't quite put my finger on what they reminded me of, but it sent a shiver down my spine. That's when I saw the first footprint. At first, I thought it must be a bear track, but as I knelt to examine it more closely, I realized it was like no animal print I'd ever seen. It was huge, easily twice the size of my own boot, and shaped almost like a human foot, but with subtle differences that made my skin crawl. The toes were too long, ending in what looked like claw marks, and the shape of the heel was all wrong. I stood up, suddenly very aware of how quiet the forest had become. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had the distinct feeling of being watched. I scanned the tree line, my hand instinctively moving to the bear spray on my belt. That's when I saw it. A flash of movement just at the edge of my vision, something large ducking behind a twisted tree. My heart was pounding as I slowly turned in a circle, trying to catch another glimpse of whatever it was. The shadows between the trees seemed to move and shift, playing tricks on my eyes. Was that a branch swaying in the wind, or something more sinister? I knew I should leave, to report what I'd found and come back with a team. But curiosity got the better of me. I had to know what was going on in this strange, hidden valley. As I moved deeper into the woods, the footprints became more frequent. They were joined by other signs. Claw marks high up on tree trunks, far higher than any bear could reach, and odd arrangements of stones and branches that looked disturbingly like primitive structures. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the valley floor. I knew I should turn back, that being here after dark was a bad idea. But just as I was about to give up and head home, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. There, in a small clearing, was a structure unlike anything I'd ever seen. It looked like a crude shelter, but it was enormous, easily large enough to house something much bigger than a human. The walls were made of interwoven branches and vines, so skillfully constructed that it almost looked like it had grown naturally. But it was the objects scattered around the structure that truly terrified me. Bones, hundreds of them, from animals of all sizes. Most looked like deer or elk, but some were disturbingly human-like. They had been arranged in intricate patterns, forming symbols I didn't recognize but that filled me with an inexplicable dread. I was so focused on the bone arrangements that I almost missed the sound, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I spun around, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. That's when I saw them. Eyes, dozens of pairs of eyes, glowing in the twilight, surrounding me on all sides. They were too high off the ground to belong to any normal animal, and they moved with an intelligence that sent chills down my spine. For a moment, everything was still. Then, as if responding to some unheard signal, The creatures emerged from the shadows. They were enormous, easily 7 or 8 feet tall, covered in shaggy fur, but walking upright like humans. Their faces were a nightmarish blend of human and animal features, with elongated snouts and teeth that gleamed in the fading light. I stood frozen, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. These things shouldn't exist. They couldn't exist. Yet here they were, slowly closing in on me from all sides. In that moment of terror, my training kicked in. I grabbed my bear spray, aiming it at the nearest creature. "Stay back!" I yelled, my voice sounding pathetically small in the vast silence of the valley. To my amazement, they stopped. The largest one, a massive being with silver-streaked fur, tilted its head as if considering me. Then, to my utter shock, it spoke. The sound was like nothing I'd ever heard before, a deep, rumbling mixture of growls and something that was almost words. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but the meaning was clear. This was their territory. I was an intruder, and they wanted me gone. I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for stealth or direction. Behind me, I could hear them moving, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground, but they weren't chasing me. They were herding me, guiding me back towards the edge of their valley. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I realized I was back at the point where I'd first entered the valley. The strange silence was gone, replaced by the normal sounds of the forest at night. I made it back to my truck in record time, my mind reeling from what I'd experienced. As I drove back to the ranger station, I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. Were they some undiscovered species? A lost tribe of primitive humans, or something else entirely, something that defied scientific explanation? I knew I should report what I'd found. It was my job, after all. But who would believe me? I'd be labeled a crackpot, my career ruined. And a part of me felt that whatever those creatures were, they deserved to be left in peace. They had let me go when they could have easily killed me. I owed them my silence. In the months since that day, I've struggled with what to do with this knowledge. I've researched cryptids and folklore, trying to find anything that matches what I saw. The closest I've come are legends of Bigfoot or Sasquatch, but even those pale in comparison to the intelligence and organization I witnessed. I haven't been back to that part of the forest. I'm not sure I ever will. But I think about those creatures often, wondering about their society, their history. How long have they been there? Are there more hidden valleys like that one, harboring secrets beyond our understanding? To anyone reading this who might venture into the deep wilderness, be careful, be aware. And if you find yourself in a place where the forest goes quiet, where the trees twist in unnatural ways, and you feel eyes watching you from the shadows, turn back. Some secrets are not meant to be uncovered. As for me, I'll keep my silence and my job, but I'll never look at the forest the same way again, because now I know that in the deepest, darkest parts of the wilderness, there are things beyond our comprehension. And they're watching us, always watching, guardians of a world we can barely imagine. The line between myth and reality is thinner than we think, and sometimes the monsters of legend are all too real. Story 30. I used to think I knew fear. I've been an avid winter hiker for years, braving sub-zero temperatures and treacherous terrain. But nothing could have prepared me for the terror I experienced on that fateful day in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. What started as a solo winter hike turned into a nightmare that still haunts my dreams. It was a crisp January morning when I set out on the trail. The sky was a brilliant blue, and fresh snow blanketed the landscape, transforming the forest into a winter wonderland. I'd planned a challenging route, one that would take me deep into the backcountry, far from the more popular tourist paths. The first few hours were exhilarating, the crunch of snow under my boots, the bite of cold air in my lungs, the stark beauty of the winter forest. It was everything I loved about hiking in this season. I made good time, my snowshoes leaving a clear trail behind me as I navigated through the silent woods. It was early afternoon when I first noticed something was off. I'd stopped for a quick lunch, perched on a fallen log, when I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned, expecting to see a deer or maybe a fox, but what I saw made my blood run cold. There, about 50 yards away, was a dark figure moving through the trees. At first, I thought it must be another hiker, but as I watched, I realized it was far too large to be human. It moved with an unnatural grace, gliding over the snow without seeming to leave tracks. I blinked, sure I must be seeing things. When I looked again, it was gone. I chalked it up to fatigue, playing tricks on my mind, and packed up my gear. But as I continued on the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The peaceful silence of the forest now felt oppressive. Every creak of a snow-laden branch, every whisper of wind through the trees set my nerves on edge. I picked up my pace, suddenly eager to reach my planned campsite before darkness fell. That's when I saw the tracks. They appeared suddenly, cutting across my path where moments before there had been only pristine snow. They were huge, easily twice the size of my own footprints, and shaped like no animal print I'd ever seen. They looked almost human, but distorted, with long claw-like impressions at the toes. My heart racing, I looked up, scanning the forest around me. The tracks led off into a dense stand of pines, disappearing into the shadows. And there, just at the edge of my vision, I saw it again, that dark, massive shape moving with impossible speed through the underbrush. Panic seized me. All thoughts of completing my hike forgotten, I turned and began to run back the way I'd come. The snow that had seemed so beautiful earlier now felt like it was actively working against me, clutching at my feet, slowing me down. I could hear it behind me, moving through the forest with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for something so large. The sound of branches snapping and snow crunching grew closer with each passing second. My lungs burned from the frigid air as I pushed myself harder than I ever had before. I didn't dare look back, too afraid of what I might see. The fading daylight cast long shadows across the snow, and every dark shape seemed to move and shift, playing tricks on my terrified mind. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I burst into a small clearing. And there, like a beacon of hope, was a small cabin, an emergency shelter for hikers caught in bad weather. I practically fell through the door, slamming it shut behind me and sliding the bolt home with shaking hands. For a long moment, I just stood there, gasping for breath, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The cabin was dark and cold, but it felt like the safest place in the world at that moment. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I took stock of my surroundings. The cabin was sparse, a small wood stove, a couple of bunks, and some basic emergency supplies. I moved to the single window, peering out into the gathering darkness. At first, I saw nothing but swirling snow and the dark shapes of trees, but then movement caught my eye. There, at the edge of the clearing, was the creature. In the dim light, I could finally make out details that sent fresh waves of terror through me. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall, its body covered in dark, matted fur. But it wasn't a bear or any other animal I recognized. It stood upright on 2 legs, its arms unnaturally long, ending in hands with wickedly curved claws. But it was the face that truly terrified me, a nightmarish blend of human and animal features, with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. For what felt like an eternity, we stared at each other through the glass. I could see intelligence in those eyes, a cold, calculating awareness that was far more terrifying than any mindless beast. This thing, whatever it was thinking, planning. Suddenly, it let out a roar that shook the very walls of the cabin. The sound was like nothing I'd ever heard before, not quite animal, not quite human, but filled with unmistakable rage and hunger. I scrambled away from the window, huddling in the corner of the cabin as far from the door as I could get. The creature began to circle the shelter, its massive form casting shadows as it passed the window. I could hear it sniffing, searching for a way in. The hours that followed were the longest of my life. The creature prowled around the cabin, occasionally testing the door or scratching at the walls. Each time it came near, I held my breath, praying the sturdy logs would hold. As the night wore on, the attacks became less frequent. By the time the first light of dawn began to filter through the window, the sounds had stopped completely. Still, I waited, too terrified to leave my sanctuary. It wasn't until mid-morning that I finally worked up the courage to open the door. The clearing was empty, the only signs of the night's terror being the massive tracks circling the cabin and deep scratches in the logs near the door. I made it back to civilization in record time, my mind reeling from what I'd experienced. Of course, I reported what had happened to the park rangers. They listened politely but skeptically, attributing my experience to a close encounter with a bear, possibly one agitated by the winter conditions. But I know what I saw. In the months since that day, I've struggled to make sense of it. I've researched cryptids and local legends, trying to find anything that matches the creature I encountered. The closest I've come are old stories about the Wendigo or the Bigfoot, but even those pale in comparison to the intelligence and ferocity of what stalked me that night. I haven't been winter hiking since. The thought of being out there, vulnerable in the vast whiteness, brings back the terror in vivid detail. I've tried to convince myself it was just a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and the harsh conditions. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. Sometimes, when the wind howls outside my window on cold winter nights, I imagine I can hear that roar again. I wonder if it's still out there, roaming the snowy forests, waiting for another unsuspecting hiker to cross its path. To anyone reading this, who might be planning a winter excursion into the backcountry, be careful. Be aware of your surroundings. And if you see strange tracks in the snow, if you feel eyes watching you from the shadows of the pines, don't hesitate. Get back to safety as fast as you can, because sometimes the monsters of legend are real, and they're hungry. As for me, I'm left with more questions than answers. What was that creature? Are there more like it? And why did it let me go? Was the cabin the only thing that saved me? Or was there some other reason it didn't break in and finish me off? These questions haunt me, keeping me awake on long winter nights. I find myself obsessively checking news reports from the White Mountains, both dreading and hoping to see some confirmation of what I experienced. I know one thing for certain: I'll never look at a snowy forest the same way again. What once seemed peaceful and serene now feels like a blank canvas, hiding untold dangers beneath its pristine surface. So the next time you're out in the winter wilderness and you feel that prickle on the back of your neck, that sense of being watched, trust your instinct. Remember my story, because in the vast, silent expanses of our snow-covered forests, there are things beyond our comprehension. And they're watching us, always watching, waiting for the moment when we let our guard down.